Hello, everybody. I'm Yuval Levin of the American Enterprise Institute, and it is my very great pleasure to welcome you to this second day of our celebration of the legacy of Roger Scruton. We're really just thrilled to be able to host this second day of the conference here at AEI. Roger Scruton, the great philosopher, public thinker who died 4 years ago, much too soon at the age of 75, was, of course, one of the great minds of the last half-century. Author of countless books and essays, he was a guide to all that is true and good and beautiful, and especially, as we will hear today, to how the true and the good and the beautiful are linked, in fact, are one. He was a friend to many of us here, a teacher to all of us, and when Daniel Asia raised the prospect of a set of conversations to honor him, we jumped at the chance, as did an extraordinary array of Roger's admirers and friends, as you can see on the agenda of these 2 days. Roger had many facets and was loved by many, and you can see that even in the sponsorship of this event. I don't know that I've seen an event with quite so many sponsors before. We at AEI are very pleased to be co-sponsoring with our friends at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, with the Center for American Culture and Ideas, the Georgetown Institute for the Study of Markets and Ethics, the Russell Kirk Center for Cultural Renewal, the Foundation for the Future of Classical Music, the National Civic Arts Society, and the Roger Scruton Legacy Foundation, on whose board I have the great privilege to serve. Those give you a kind of picture of Roger's extraordinary range of interests and expertise and priorities. All of us wanted to play some part in commemorating his work and legacy, and all of us are grateful to the Lyndon Harry Bradley Foundation for making it possible for us to do that over these 2 days. I do want in particular to recognize Dan Asia, who's sitting up here. He's the president of the Center for American Culture and Ideas, a professor emeritus at the University of Arizona. Dan, together with Robert Gordon and their team, was really the mind and the will behind this conference. He brought it into being, gave it its character. And he also set our theme for us. These conversations are about the ongoing implications of Roger Scruton's work for us in America. And so they're not backward-looking. They're here to help us think about the future, and especially the future of our country. Now, of course, our country was not Roger's country. Roger was British, to put it mildly. He was maybe the most British person I've ever known in my life. He embodied a certain way of being British, and he loved his native country with all of his heart and soul. But he also contributed an enormous amount to life on this side of the Atlantic, teaching many of us how to better understand ourselves and our society. Late in his life, he also spent a fair amount of time here, living in Virginia for part of each year. And in those years, he was a scholar here at the American Enterprise Institute, and then at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. It was there at EPPC that I got to know Roger myself. It would be strange to say that we were colleagues, since I spent the entire time in awe of the man, but we did have offices next to each other, and I got to know him just a little bit and to learn a lot from him personally, as I had learned so much from him in writing. One of the things I learned from Roger, I should say, is that you can drink half a bottle of wine with lunch and then go right back to writing really, really brilliant things, but only provided 2 conditions are met, and he made this very clear. It has to be good wine, and you have to smoke a cigar after lunch to clear your head. Otherwise, it'll never work. I'm still waiting to put this into practice, but he certainly proved it almost every day. Our focus in these 2 days is really, as I say, on the intersection of Roger and America, the ways in which his thought and work illuminated American life and bear meaning for our country's future. And this second day in particular will combine art and philosophy, as Roger so often did. We're going to begin with really an extraordinary treat by hearing from Julian Schwartz, both in speech and in music. Julian is Associate Professor of Cello at the Shenandoah Conservatory of Shenandoah University in Winchester, Virginia. He's on the artist faculty of NYU's Steinhardt School of Music. He's also a writer on music, a person deeply aware of the links between music and the deepest human questions, just as Roger so often was. He'll be in conversation with Dan Asia and will also perform some for us, and we know how much Roger would have loved that combination. So with no further ado, I'll turn it over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Yuval.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure being here. I'm reminded of the first concert that Crosby, Stills, and Nash did. Anybody remember that group here or not? Very few. And they said, well, we've never done this, but here goes, look out. We'll see what happens. So Julie and I have never done this together. But this is going to be an absolutely, I guarantee it, fabulous session. It's not going to
No
be a
pressure
concert.
whatsoever.
No pressure. No pressure. It's not going to be a concert. It's not going to be a lecture. It's going to be a combination of the two. So Julie and I are going to engage in repartee about music after I give some introductory remarks as part of our conference. Arguably, Sir Roger's first love was music. He was an amateur musician who played the piano from an early age. At this time, he also discovered Mozart and his The Marriage of Figaro. And from this experience, what humans, perhaps divinely inspired ones, are capable of creating. He understood that music involved a community of those who create it, play it, and listen to it. And it is this communal function that expresses the soul of a culture. He also understood its transcendental nature, as for much of its history it was associated with religion. After all, the jobs of the Jewish priests were to make sacrifices and music. Music then took its own course and left its primarily religious function, but it never left its ability and desire to celebrate the spirit of mankind and to provide moments of transcendence that let us know that there's something greater, or that we are beings who seek, as Viktor Frankl suggested, meaning in relationship to others, ourselves, and the universe. And that music, perhaps above all else, reminds us of this. Tradition and originality are complements. Contra Pierre Boulez, who said that all music of the past was irrelevant, one cannot have music of the future without it unfolding from that which came before, or at least not to have it make any sense. Music involves the creator, the performer, and the listener, or the community of listeners. Is it also possible that even former members of each of these groups are somehow present with us? I think so. Leo Tolstoy argued in What is Art from 1897 that, quote, every work of art results in the one who receives it entering into a certain kind of communion with the one who produced or is producing the art, and with all those who simultaneously with him, before him, or after him, have received or will receive the same artistic impression. But we might ask, what would past creators, performers, and listeners make of the new music? In this, I'm reminded of a story of the Midrash, the commentaries by the rabbis on matters biblical, of the story of Moses, given a moment to go forward in history, to witness the rabbinic academies of the future, those of Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shammai. Moses is plunked down in the middle of a discussion, but what can he understand? The answer is, of course, nothing. The discussions in the future had gone so far beyond his understanding of the world that they were incomprehensible. Or maybe he just needed a little more time to adjust to the new circumstances. And then he would have caught on to what he was hearing. In the mid-1900s, it was posited that music really is just another avenue of research, that it is more a science than an art. I and many others think this is not true, Scruton among them, that it was a view that led us off course. Science is based on rational thought, data, hypotheses, and finding objective truths in the world. Art deals mostly in imaginary spaces that tell us, as humans, not about the objective, but instead something equally important, subjective. What it means to be an individual human in the world. The creation of art unites the rational with the emotional, but highlights the latter, including the artistically rich qualities of love and hate, passion, anger, sadness, fear, surprise, shame, ecstasy, amazement, the sublime, and wonder. Reducing these feelings to research makes music a social science. Not to disparage social sciences, of course. It was Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel who said that Judaism, and most religions by extension, calls for an understanding of the world and the universe as radical amazement, and that music is the best means or language of our understanding just that. If this is so, then every artistic or musical expression embodies or participates in stating our understanding of the world. And each and every artist or composer has an individual take on that understanding. It is for this reason that we are more interested in, or should be more interested, in a composer's biography than, say, even that of Albert Einstein. This is so because every experience that a composer has is somehow revealed or present in her musical expression. This is not true of the theory of general relativity or the equation E equals mc squared. Aesthetic creation reveals part of the creative individual. The scientific theorist describes something outside of himself. The former tells us something of ourselves in a Buberian I-thou relationship. The latter, something about the universe in which we find ourselves. Now, an artist might choose to create something that relates to his understanding of our place in that universe. But it is precisely that, her personal statement. And now to come to our program. Doesn't Bach do just that with his music, which presents his understanding of God's well-ordered universe, in which humankind are his children and servants? Bach's works and his cello suites are well-ordered, and they present his short range of emotions, of the religious to the joyous. After all, they are all movements of various stately and joyous dance forms. For a religious man like Bach, doesn't this suggest that in the ritual of prescribed dance movements, which Scruton loved, by the way, doesn't this bring us, even in our bodies, towards God? That the dance and our bodies are respectively holy actions and vessels. So, Julian, you've played the Bach cello suites for how long in your life now?
27 years.
27 years.
And I'm
And you're 30,
slowly getting somewhere with them.
and you're at the tender age of what, about 32?
I'm 33.
33. Yeah. So since you were a young squirt.
Yes.
So you know these things pretty well, these pieces. Tell us a little bit about what it means to have a relationship with a piece of music for that long.
Well, it's very interesting because the more you know, the more you realize you don't, as is often said. So the more expertise I've gotten from being a musician and understanding beauty in music and how to search for beauty in music, the more I realize that I have a lot farther to go, or further to go, I should say. So the more you live with great music, and it doesn't apply so much to what I consider not to be great music, and I don't play any of that. But with the greatest music, and we can talk about how you can evaluate what great music is. The greater it is, the longer it takes to play it exactly how you want to play it. And then that's also constantly evolving, because your own opinion about how to play a piece of music is evolving. And the composer's opinion evolved during their lifetime. So there's so much at play in terms of the interpretive side of performing music. In Bach's case, the cello suites are revered by cellists almost in a religious manner. This is like our Bible, these suites. So there's a lot of pressure on the correctness, how it would have been heard at the time of Bach, and all of the interpretive choices that go into playing Bach. And a lot of the more you know about it, the fewer interpretations you like, because you start to think that you yourself know what is right and what is wrong. And we'll talk more about that. But as far as having a relationship with a piece of music, as I never met Bach and did not know Bach, it is sometimes very refreshing to work with, I say sometimes, not every composer is like this, but to work with a living composer like Dan, where I've performed Dan's cello concerto back in October in Tucson, and so I'm acquainted with his language. And that's another very important part of learning music, is to not only know the piece you're playing of a given composer, but to know the whole oeuvre, know all of the works and how they relate to one another, right? So by playing Dan's concerto, I was able to understand his musical language on a deeper level. So now that I'm playing his suite with 10 movements for solo cello, even I was practicing it the other day, and my wife said, "Hey, that part sounds like the cello concerto." Because there are these intrinsic musical languages that composers use and draw upon. So I'm constantly investigating how to best portray or to best interpret the musical language. And I love your musical language, and I love Bach's, and they're completely different. And the last thing is that working with a composer who is as flexible as Dan, even today I was playing some of the piece for him, and he said, "Yeah, you don't have to be that exact with what I wrote," because he writes very difficult and sometimes thorny rhythms, meaning that it's hard for the performer to play exactly what the rhythms are. And I've been slaving over these rhythms for weeks now. And Dan said, you can take a little breath here, a little time here. And I think to myself, if only I had known that I had this artistic license. And I think that's what people miss a lot in creating beauty in older music, which is they don't find that they have as much artistic license because they can't ask the composer himself what they would want. But I can ask you, and you say, whatever you like. And as a result, I find that by interpreting new music and seeing that flexibility among a great composer, you can apply that to Bach and not feel squared in or boxed in by tradition, and instead search for beauty in sound and in phrasing and in all the ways that we'll talk about coming up.
There's a wonderful composer and conductor that, of course, you will know, but I'll tell the audience, named Lucas Voss. Lucas began his life in Germany and got out before the war started and came here and was best buddies with Leonard Bernstein at the Curtis Institute, where they both studied. And Lucas's response to your comment was, one should play old music like new music, and one should play new music like old music. So that sort of defines what you have just said. Treat each with a sense of spontaneity and newness, and give it also the same respect that you would. Because Bach, for example, don't forget, he was not that well known at his time. Telemann was considered the great composer. It took Felix Mendelssohn to discover Bach's music and say, oh my goodness, this is the mother lode that we need to be looking at. Can you play us some excerpts that you've prepared and talk a little bit about how this wonderful instrument and you, the person who plays it, is able to decide, or what you decide, what goes into creating this music?
Sure. So for me, as a performer and not a composer, what I think about all of the time, and you'll have to cut me off because as a teacher, I do think about everything I do so deeply. But what fascinates me is the search for beauty, and that's why I'm honored to be here at the Scruton conference, because that concerned him as well, is this search for beauty and the objectivity of beauty. What I do is I try to find beauty in various different ways in my approach to music. So the first I thought I'd talk about is the bow as human air. So many of the most natural things that come in music, as many of you know, are through the human voice. And on a string instrument, the human voice is the bow. And mostly how fast the bow moves, how close it is to either the bridge or the fingerboard, and the pressure that I put on the bow. And so in search for a beautiful sound, for instance, the more bow you use, the more air. So if I'm thinking of a string like this and a sound like that, which is very open, I use quite a fast bow, as you see. If I use less fast bow, you see the sound compresses and it doesn't have that ring. And I equate ring with beauty. Then you think about the placement of the bow on the string, where here, and for string players in the audience, you might know this already, but you can have sort of a mellower tone the farther up, and an icier and sometimes more focused sound closer to the bridge. And then you start thinking, well, when you play something like the iconic first bars of the first suite of Bach, which should be familiar to most of you, how much bow to use and on what string. So each string is actually has a different girth. And so what might work on this string as far as the speed might not work here, right, for instance. I mean, it's something that I have to think about at all times. So in terms of the pressure, it could be the heaviest here, and as I go to the higher string, this direction is higher, this direction is lower. I actually have to lighten and speed up the bow to maintain the beauty of the sound. And if I didn't, it would sound, which might be something you hear beginners sound like, you know. But that's something that is really, really important. Something that I think about a lot. Even in the beginning of your suite, in the opening, I know we wanted to save that, but something,
okay.
the opening bar of Dan's suite goes, and the variety of the bow speed and the air could lend it to be, or it's an expression of a difference of tonal color. So another way to think about the bow speed is through the gavotte from the sixth suite, which I'll be performing, which is the shorter the string length of the string instrument, the faster the bow needs to move. So if I were an octave above, to get that same sound, I would have to move the bow almost twice as fast. So, for instance, in this gavotte, if I were not to use the bow with enough speed, it would sound, right, with less ring and less beauty in the sound. So that's the first way that I think about the beauty of the sound in Bach and the different considerations. And the brain needs to be thinking about those considerations at all times to make every note sound as beautiful as possible, right? So it's strenuous for the brain.
You're always thinking. You are always responding. You are asking, how do I get to the next sound, and the next sound, and the next sound, as you're playing?
Well, that's another consideration which fascinates me, which is the idea of tonal color. And musicians talk about tonal color all the time, and that's sort of opaque, I would say. It's hard to put your finger on what tonal color means. And one of the easiest ways to think about a tonal color is about playing the same pitch with different sound timbres. So if you think about what's called an open string, which means that I'm not putting my finger on it, if I play an open A, it can sound very open. But I can play the same exact pitch on the adjacent string. Now, if you play those two pitches on the piano, those would sound more similar. But since, I don't know how I would describe that, darker.
A little bit more covered.
A little more covered.
Covered.
And then, yeah, you could use actually colors to describe. Or, I'm playing the same pitch on all 4 strings. And that sounds like I have a cold, right? And this sounds like I'm maybe melancholy. And this sounds maybe shy. And this sounds open and confident in terms of the tonal color. So if playing a piece by Bach, like the Prelude to the Second Suite, I could play, or I could play, or I could play, or I could play. You see?
So, for those of you who missed yesterday's sessions, as Charles Mingus said, you missed it because you weren't there. So, we talked a little bit about what Scruton thought was the 3 major components of music. He said rhythm, melody, and melody. He didn't include timbre. And I chided him slightly for that, because Copeland said that timbre is a 4th element, particularly in the 20th century, that is just as important as those other 3. So here you've just seen that, okay, maybe Scruton would revise his opinion if he were here in this session, hearing Julian's head every moment when he's building his interpretation of a piece. He's thinking of the timbral quality, in essence, on a cello of each note, since each note can be played in at least 3 or 4 positions generally, once you get up high enough.
And with one of 4 different fingers, and I mean, I can, and with different bow speeds and placements, and I mean, the possibilities are not endless, but they're many.
There are many possibilities. Wonderful. How about one more gift of us about what you think about, and then let's go to
Sure.
your playing the music.
Well, a very important phrasing concept, which was really solidified, I should say, by the great Spanish cellist Pablo Casals, who was a great giant of both anti-fascist and as a conductor and a musician. And he basically viewed Bach not so much melodically, but as contour, meaning the contour of the line, meaning notes getting higher in pitch and getting lower in pitch, and coinciding the musical phrasing to those ebbs and flows of the notes. And you can think about it in your voice. If you were to sing, Happy Birthday or something, you would, if you used the principles of the contour, you would sing the higher notes louder. So you go, Happy birthday to you, right? Happy birthday to you, right? And then happy birthday, dear Roger, right? And happy birthday to you. So that would be a system of phrasing. And I could talk about all the different systems and contour and phrase lengths and rhythmic impulses and all of that. But contour in Bach is in some ways the most important. And we can either coincide the contour with the volume, meaning higher is louder, lower is softer, or you could do the opposite, which is the lower is louder and higher is softer. And so to illustrate this, I'll use the courant from the 3rd suite, which I'll be playing a little later, which is a series of scalar figures and arpeggios. So it goes. So if I were to use the first principle of contour, the louder being the high notes, it would sound. Right? If I used the opposite, it would sound. Right? And I find both to be interesting and both to be convincing in the philosophy of the religion of Bach interpretation. The first one would be technically more correct. I don't know if anyone preferred the second one, but you're rebellious. But that's something that's very important. And when you think about more sort of flowing lines, like the Alaman from the second suite, which I'll also be playing. I'm using the first principle of the contour, which is the louder on the top notes and the softer on the bottom notes. And I could demonstrate the other, but I think you get the idea.
You do? I think it's time now for you to play Bach.
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody? He has some other possibilities that you can demonstrate. We'll do that after he plays Bach.
Sure.
This lasts about 15, 16 minutes. Tell them what you're going to play if you want.
So Bach wrote 6 cello suites during his Curtin period, which is basically the year of 1723 and thereabouts. I was talking to James earlier that this cello that you're looking at and hearing was built in Naples, Italy in 1743, so only 20 or so years after these pieces were written. So this could have been a cello that was used at the time to perform these pieces. I'll play 6 movements, one for trying to draw movements from different suites. So instead of playing one complete suite, which is all in the same key, I'll pick one from each. So I'm going to play the prelude to the first, and I guess I'll announce them as I go.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
Maybe.
Yep.
So this is the prelude to the first, and I'm playing this because this is probably the most famous work for cello ever written, and I still haven't gotten tired of it. And I've only played it hundreds of times, so that probably means you aren't tired of it yet. So this is the prelude to the G major suite. This is the first suite of Bach. And in addition to listening to the notes that I'm playing and the notes that Bach wrote, I'd encourage you to listen to the phrasing, the tonal color, and to the volume, mostly. And you can look at the bow usage as far as you see it on the strings, and the speed of the bow, and the lightness of the bow, to try to evaluate how I'm doing that way, not just listening to the piece of music, but also thinking about what I'm actively trying to do in real time.
Can I also suggest sometimes, as handsome as Julian is, you might want to close your eyes sometimes, so that you are only using your auditory capacity rather than the visual and the auditory, just to see what that does to the listening experience for you.
And just so you all know, this is not being amplified in this room. Even though we have microphones, this is purely acoustic sound that you're hearing from the cello. Okay, here we go. The second movement I'll play is the Allemande from the second suite. So I'm sort of going in order. And this is the only movement I'll play today of the Bach that's in a minor key. And what I'd like to be noticed in this movement is tension in the dissonances in the harmony. And you can think about that in notes that sound to you just crunchier or less resolved. Intervals like the major seventh, or like the augmented fourth, which in isolation sound like they're rubbing against each other, but in the treatment of tension versus resolution, it can be very, very effective. So this is the D minor Allemande from the second suite of Bach. That's a nice one. The third movement is the Courante from the C major suite, the third suite. And this is supposed to be a faster dance. And this was my demonstration for the contour. And I'd hope that you could notice what I do with the volume and the register of the high pitches versus the low pitches. And also somehow playing with rubato meaning the expansion and contraction of time. And as Scruton said about rhythm, rhythm is all relative to the heartbeat and to how you feel at any given time. So expanding and contracting the time can feel rhythmic and can actually feel like it belongs if it's done carefully and if it's done gradually. So almost the entire movement that you'll hear now is the exact same note length for every single note. So it's all the same rhythm. And there will be some expanding and contracting. And Bach will forgive me, I think. The fourth movement will be the saraband, which is the slow movement of the suite in E flat major from the fourth suite of Bach. And this is supposed to be the most seductive of the dances, where there is moving in and out of the sound to imitate the dance of getting closer and farther away from your partner in a suggestive way, so to speak. And I hope you'll hear the fluctuations in the dynamic going in to the partner and out from the partner in that manner. This movement relies heavily on the use of double and triple stops, meaning that the cello is used as a polyphonic instrument, meaning that it's playing more than one note at a time to provide harmony, which is one of the great tools of the composer. The next movement is from the sixth suite, which is in D major. These are the gavottes, the two gavottes. It's sort of in a ternary form, meaning that the first part is performed, and the second part is sort of a B section, and then the first part is played again. And this suite of Bach was actually written for a cello that had a sixth string, a highest string, which was an E string. So it would be the equivalent of the violin E string, but an octave lower. I don't know what's that, if that means anything to anybody. But you'll see that I'll be playing slightly higher up on the fingerboard, higher up meaning lower. It's sort of whatever. We have to struggle with that a lot in cello playing because the notes go higher, but we're actually going lower. But I'll be playing more up here because I don't have that extra string to use. But still wonderful music. I think, Dan, your piece you wrote for a 5-string cello too, right?
And this is the last movement that you were playing? Or
Sure.
Remind me. Is that right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
This will be the last movement.
And then we'll take about a 3-minute break. This is like a concert. An hour and a half. We'll take about 3 minutes just to, if you want to stretch your legs, grab a quick cup of coffee, go to the restrooms, etc. Let's take 5 minutes.
Fine. Well,
So it's 12:23. Let's all be ready to go at 12:30.
perfect.
Okay, we'll take 6 minutes just to relax. Music is an athletic experience. Now, usually, you know that the new piece is put on at the first part of the program so that people who arrive late won't hear it, so they can wait to hear their Beethoven or whatever. So we took a gamble in reversing that this time. My own work as a composer tends to be a bit more towards the secular as opposed to the religious nature of Bach. Or perhaps a better way of stating it would be to speak of its representing both the sacred and profane world in which we moderns live. It has a wider, but not better by definition, range of emotions. Composers since the time of Bach or Mozart, or especially Beethoven, have been doing just that, widening and deepening the scope and extent of emotion and intent in music. Think of Mahler, who wished each of his symphonies to contain the entire world. Your dad likes Mahler. Thus, in my work, like in Bach, you will find wonder and the sacred, but you will also experience the quizzical, joking, declamatory, humorous, and even the ribald. Don't forget, Bach had more than 20 children. As it is impossible to write a cello suite without thinking of those of Bach, let us consider this concert as an example of a living composer responding to revered artifacts of the tradition in hopefully surprising and alluring ways. And like with Moses, who I mentioned before, it might take just a little time or a few hearings to respond to the questions it poses and answers. So the cello suite is in 10 movements. Don't worry, some of them are very short, almost like appetizers or having a little sorbet between meals. This first movement that Julian is going to play is called Pensive and Sempre Legato. Legato means always very connected in line. So again, decide if you'd like to close your eyes as Julian plays the first movement, Pensive. So Scruton's view of music, that it's all about movement through time. But of course, nothing actually moves. But time does in fact go on. Also, he thought that music very much corresponds to our lives. How so? It has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And he loved Mozart and older music for the fact that it went on a journey and that it had a beginning, a middle, and an end. Most of my music corresponds with that. Now, in Mahler, he'll start in one key and end in another key. Sometimes in these pieces, we start on one note and end on another note. But also this music is a lot to do with contour, as Bach's music did as well. This second movement is called moderato and playful. So a little bit childlike, with gestures that are separated that maybe are a little bit jerky, as a child's motion might be. Ending with a nice concord, as Bach would as well. This third movement is somewhat fast, but mysteriously. Somewhat fast, but mysteriously. What could that possibly be? Julian will tell us. This fourth movement is called moderato, and it has a theme that will return, I think, 3 times, maybe 4 times. Julie, we'll count them as you go along. Dwee, dwee, doo, dee, dim, dwee, dwee, doo, ya.
Can I take this one off?
Okay,
You want to sing the rest of it?
No.
Okay.
This next movement is entitled Fast and Impetuous.
No.
No? You're right. 5. My mistake. Thank you. Moderato, like a lullaby. So how would a present-day composer write a lullaby like, rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Responding to that kind of sensibility. All parents will understand this. Others as well. And after that reflection on Bach, something incredibly playful and short. It's just a little bit of bebop. taking us into number 7, which is bebop even more. Unfortunately, that didn't exist in Bach's time, but it does in ours. So composers who are alive today can partake of all of their experience of American music. The prevailing motive is boom dee dum biddo ba beedo ba da 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 do dee da da. It's really tricky because it's very syncopated, but you'll hear Julian master this. And now, moderate and just a little bit ghostly. And now, since this piece is in arch form, which goes like this, where it would be A, B, C, B, A, we'll have a return of our somewhat fast and mysterious music. And then I'll let Julian go right into the last movement, which again ends pensively, rather than with a big bravura. Leonard Bernstein always wanted composers to end pieces loud and fast, because he says it makes people jump up and clap. You won't do this at the end of pensive, but we'll clap for Julian. Here we go. The last two movements, 9 and 10. Bravo. Bravo. Bravo, Dan. It's 3 of 1. If anybody has any questions, we'll be happy to entertain them. Or we can go right into lunch 3 minutes early. Anybody have a question they would like to ask? Yes, sir.
Do you have any interest or participation in early music, Baroque, using viola da gamba or gut string cello?
So the question is, do I have much experience with original instruments? And even though this cello was made in 1743, technically what's considered a modern, contemporary original instrument means that it avoids certain modifications that have occurred over the centuries. And the answer is, I've experimented with what he said is gut strings, meaning that from the intestines of a cow, usually, in the strings, instead of metal as they are now. I used to use some gut strings either covered with silver or without covering at all. I found the sound to be a little bit abrasive at times in the louds, and a little bit too covered in the softs. And then something like being a shorter fingerboard, unfortunately, for the amount of music I play in the Dan Asia, for example, I need the length of the fingerboard, and for the projection in the concert hall, I need the higher bridge, etc. So I haven't done much of that work. Viola da gamba does not interest me so much because it is a viola da gamba, meaning a viola of the legs, which you hold in between the legs, as opposed to braccio, which is on the arm. That instrument actually has frets, and you tie the frets yourself around the fingerboard with those gut strings. And as you heard in Dan's beautiful piece, I do a lot of portamento, meaning slides, going from on a fretted instrument, like a guitar. If you do that, it would sound right, because of the frets and the way they are. So I feel like that takes away some expressive capability that I enjoy doing. So I haven't done much of that, but it's a good question.
And before I forget, there are CDs here, which we brought from a long distance. All of you should take them, please, one of each, and listen if you would like. If not, give them to somebody who would. Okay, thank you very much. Lunchtime, and then we'll see you at 2:30 for the next session.
our way back into the conversations here. Welcome back, everybody. In this session, we're going to be talking about a set of concerns absolutely central to Roger's work and thought. We'll talk about religion, about science, the academy, but ultimately, in some respects, really, we'll talk from various angles about the defense of ordinary life against an onslaught of radicalism on a variety of fronts, a subject crucial to Roger's work over the years. We'll be hearing from three people who are really perfectly suited to helping us think through these large questions and to situating Roger's work in relation to them. Starting on the right, Dan Mahoney is a professor emeritus at Assumption University, a senior fellow at the Claremont Institute, a senior writer at Law and Liberty. He's the author of many important books and articles on everything from Solzhenitsyn and religion to conservatism, the French political tradition, the foundations of statesmanship. Some of his recent books include The Conservative Foundations of the Liberal Order and The Statesman as Thinker, portraits of greatness, courage, and moderation. He's also written about Roger's work, and some of that writing is collected in Recovering Politics, Civilization, and the Soul, Essays on Pierre Menat and Roger Scruton, which was published a couple of years ago. His next book, The Persistence of the Ideological Lie to the Totalitarian Impulse Then and Now, will be published in the spring. After that, we'll hear from James Bryson, who teaches philosophy at Ralston College and is the director of the MA in Humanities there. He's taught at McGill, at Cambridge, and elsewhere, has published widely on philosophy, theology, and literature. And among a lot of other work, he has edited a book on Scruton's thought called The Religious Philosophy of Roger Scruton. And finally, we'll hear from Philip Magnus, who is an economic historian, specializing in the long 19th century, as well as general macroeconomics. He studies the political economy of slavery in the Atlantic world and its relation to public policy. He's the author, among other books, of the 1619 Project, A Critique, and Cracks in the Ivory Tower. He's taught at Berry College, at George Mason, at American University, and he's currently the David Thoreau Chair in Political Economy at the Independent Institute. We'll hear from them more or less in that order and then open up a conversation. So Dan Mahoney, please.
Well, thank you very much. Just delighted to be here. Dan Cullen mentioned at the Georgetown part of the gathering yesterday that some of us had the experience of explaining what Roger Scruton was about when Roger Scruton was in the audience. And that, although I once gave a presentation on his great novel about totalitarianism, Notes from Undergrad, and he came up to me afterwards and said, "You must write that up." So that was very encouraging. Well, the title of my talk is Scientism and the Assault on Common Life. And I think it's fair to say that if there was a target, in the sense that a negative target in Roger's work, taking aim at that which got in the way of common life and care of the soul and a sense of home and a sense of personhood, it was scientism, and you might say scientism in its dialectical relationship to what Roger so frequently called the culture of repudiation. You know, when I did something really bad, I forgot my glasses, and I won't make much progress without them. Just bear with me a sec. Sorry about that. I'd like to begin by reading a passage from an essay of Roger's that appeared in 1998 and was the title essay of probably his most philosophically rich collection of essays, The Philosopher on Dover Beach. And the quote, the Philosopher on Dover Beach is Mark Dooley, the Irish philosopher and journalist and literary executor of Roger Scruton, has argued. I really think that essay is, as the French say, tout y est, it's all there. It's a 1986 essay. Of all places, it appeared in the Times Literary Supplement, but it's a kind of précis of all of Roger Scruton's theoretical and practical concerns. And at the very end of the essay, which is at once a great anti-totalitarian manifesto and a defense of a non-reducible understanding of the human soul, human personhood. At the very end of that essay, Scruton announces very emphatically, science has no power to forbid the experience of the sacred. Okay? No power. I should say something. In the very early work of Roger Scruton, during his self-described atheist apprenticeship, as he calls it in Gentle Regrets, when he talked about the sacred, it was a more reductive notion of the sacred, almost sociological, Durkheimian. The sacred was sort of inherent, the thing that the community valued, right? By the time Roger published Philosopher on Dover Beach, it's very clear that, you might say, the mature Roger, the post-atheist Roger, understood the sacred to mean those intimations of transcendence and infinity inherent in common life and in the experiences of the human person. Now, this is the final paragraph of the Philosopher on Dover Beach. Without the sacred, man lives in a depersonalized world, a world where all is permitted and where nothing has absolute value. This, I believe, is the principal lesson of modern history. And if we tremble before it, it is because it contains a judgment on us. The man could write. The hubris which leads us to believe that science has the answer to all our questions, that we are nothing but dying animals, and that the meaning of life is mere self-affirmation, or at best the pursuit of some collective, all-embracing and all-too-human goal. This reckless superstition contains already the punishment of those who succumb to it. I might say everything is there, you know, the grounds of Scruton's struggle against both scientism and totalitarianism, the larger cultural project, the nihilistic cultural project inherited in the culture of repudiation, and I would say the core presuppositions and affirmations of Roger's mature thought. And I think few contemporary writers and thinkers have or had the breadth, depth, and feel for human things to write intelligently and authoritatively on human nature and the human soul. Scruton is a grand exception. He was a philosopher in the fullest sense of the term. He never elided the crucial distinctions that allow us to think seriously about our humanity. And with immense learning and a remarkably graceful pen, that's an old image from the pre-computer age, you know, that I hold on to out of deference to civilization. He defends, I'm going to put this in the present because his thought and contribution is enduring. He defends human distinctiveness against every form of reductionism. Now, Scruton certainly gave science its due, and I would even say in his sort of somewhat tortured elaboration occasionally of what he meant by cognitive dualism, I think he maybe even gave science too much of its due, because frankly, science is a human enterprise, and human beings cannot just look at everything as objects, because science arises from the curiosity and the ratio of human persons, right? And Roger knew that, of course, but I don't think one can look at the human smile in a non-human way because it's not a smile. We'll come back to that image in a little bit. But all that said, Scruton had no toleration for that corruption of scientific knowledge that is scientism. He knew that evolutionary psychology tells only part of the truth about human nature. Here I'm drawing on his lectures from Princeton in 2013 that came out as a book called On Human Nature in 2017. It's a very short book, 4 or 5 lectures, beautifully written, beautifully thought out, wonderfully accessible without being superficial. So I strongly recommend that book. What is the part of the truth? We are indeed a species or kind of thing that has evolved, and natural selection tells us much about the genesis of the specific kind of beings we are. The genesis. Yet, as he remarks on human nature, I love this phrase, human beings are more than cooperating primates. Sometimes you read the evolutionary psychologists, or even someone like Frank Fukuyama trying to give an account of human societies. And in a way, kind of sophisticated cooperating primates, Evolutionary psychology risks explaining an awful lot away. In decisive respects, human societies are composed of, quote, communities of persons who live in mutual judgment, organizing their world in terms of moral concepts that arguably have no place in the thought of chimpanzees. You can watch PBS and once a year see some documentary about Coco the ape and how her ability to make signs and play with tools, and therefore she had culture and all that. But moral accountability, speech and reason about the advantageous and the just, as Aristotle says in the beginning of the Politics, that probably evades the inner life of chimpanzees. Scientism forgets the most important thing, the human subject or person. As Scruton repeatedly stresses, human beings come to terms with each other not as impersonal objects, but as subjects who relate to each other as an I to a thou. One sees here the influence of Martin Buber's meditation, great meditation on the I-thou relationship in Scruton's reflection on the human person. At the heart of human nature is the human person who is morally accountable to other human beings and perhaps to a sacred order above the human will. As Roger says on human nature, there is a gap between human beings and other living things. The Spanish Parliament, which is still controlled by a socialist communist coalition, but 5 years ago they passed a resolution to give full citizenship to the great apes in the zoos. But they recognize the practical difficulty of giving them the vote and engaging in those discussions about the advantageous and just I talked about. So there's a slight problem with the impassable gap. But Scruton says it's a very significant one. It doesn't mean that our distinctiveness means we're not animals. Aristotle recognized we're the zoon politikon, right? Or sometimes the rational animal. So evolutionary psychology and scientism more broadly privileges scientific knowledge at the expense of the moral knowledge available to practical reason. These are Scruton's categories that I'm summing up here. The emotional knowledge made possible by art, literature and music, and the transcendental knowledge, quote, which is the province of religion. And here I think Scruton is very, very good indeed. He says, without a conscious effort at self-limitation, science becomes scientism and distorts the phenomena beyond recognition. Roger was always interested in saving the appearances, not sort of looking for the really real that explains away who we are. As we'll see, the nothing buttery that the English philosopher Mary Midgley denounced in her work. I recently came across some really nice passages of philosophical import in this 1998 book by Scruton called On Hunting. He was an avid defender of hunting, and he thought that only hunters could really understand the grounds for avoiding cruelty to animals. And I could make that argument, but that's for another time. But in any case, this is really a formulation of great philosophical import. You wouldn't expect this in a book on hunting. Scruton writes, the soul, its freedom, translucency, and moral presence are never mentioned in the book of evolution. Now, that's a big problem, because you might say care of the soul, to use Plato's phrase, is the fundamental human task. And the soul, as I mentioned a moment ago, only really comes to the surface when we experience the relationship of an I to an I, or a subject to a subject. And the vehicle of that experience, of course, is human freedom. Roger wrote a book called The Face of God, and his argument is, where do we see the face of God? We see it in the human face. We see it in the personhood and accountability and mutual accountability evident in seeing the person as person. And here's the longer quote from On Hunting. God intended that we live in such a way, in a personal way, that we see into the subjectivity of one another and into the subjectivity of the world, which is God himself. That we can do this is self-evident. We don't have to prove we do this. We do this, we're doing it right here. You know, we're not objects, we're persons speaking with each other and not just emitting noises that are the fundamental reality. How we do it, however, is an unfathomable mystery. And if in order to bring this mystery about, a process of evolution was required, so that the soul became incarnate, at least in a creature which rose only by degrees to such an eminence, then so be it. Thomas Nagel makes a very similar argument in his recent work on cosmos and Darwinism. He's not a theist, but he's certainly a personalist and an anti-reductionist. God moves in a mysterious way. When you look on people as objects, then you see that Darwin was right. When you look on them as subjects, you see that the most important thing about them has no place in Darwin's theory. So those are very powerful words, I think. Now, I'm going to turn, I think one of the clearest and most accessible and most inviting discussions of these themes occurs in a section of the collection of Roger Scruton's journalism, Against the Tide, that was published, I think, 2 years ago in 2022 by the Irish philosopher and his literary executor, Mark Dooley. And that section is entitled Intimations of Infinity. And in this, about 40 pages, these are columns, really, and they're really columns addressing fundamental themes at a level that is almost unimaginable for any American journalist, no matter, maybe the old George Will, before he became libertarian. You know, he dealt with some of these issues. In this section of Against the Tide, Scruton argues vigorously against theoretical and practical materialism and every form of scientific reductionism. He took the Lebenswelt, the life world, a term from Husserl and Brentano and others, although he understood it in a very non-Husserlian way. It was really the world of common sense and common experience, the world of appearances. And he thought philosophy was fundamentally the exploration of that world. He called philosophy the seamstress of the Lebenswelt. It wasn't searching for the reductive really real. So when we respond to another human being, we are responding to an ensouled person, not a noumenal self, to use the language of Kant, but to an ensouled person, body and soul, and not just a conglomeration of matter and motion. Nothing buttery, as the English philosopher Mary Midgley has suggestively called it, can only see flesh and physical laws in a world of freely acting human beings. You know, the Churchlands, Patricia Churchland and her husband, they're radical materialists who are a big deal in academic philosophy, and they say, you know, we got to get rid of folk psychology. Folk psychology means like right and wrong, noble base, better and worse, friends, spouses, obligations, responsibility. And she likes to say when she's at a faculty meeting, you know, she describes her thoughts and her interventions in terms of the brain movements, you know, whatever chemical is shooting off or synapse is moving. Well, Scruton didn't think of humanity that way. Modern reductionists and the ever more censorious new atheists see in the human being only instinct and animality. In law, nothing but power, a view theorized and, or rather, I think, propagandized by Michel Foucault and the full range of postmodernists. In sexual love, nothing but the procreative urge. Roger did write a 600-page book on sexual desire, which is a critique of a reductionist view of human sexuality. It's a little bit of an academic book, but it's very, very rich and important. And in the Mona Lisa, nothing but the spread of pigments on a canvas. Nothing buttery simply explains the human person, lived experience and truth, as well explains away the human person, lived experience and truth, as well as love and beauty. It dogmatically eviscerates what is most dear to human beings, and that is at the center of our personal experience. And as I said before, I think Roger could have said this more often, but I just saw a talk he gave on scientism where he made this point very emphatically. How are philosophy or science even possible if the human person as philosopher or scientist doesn't even exist? You know, Mrs. Churchland can't give an account of Mrs. Churchland as a knower, an explorer, right? She can do a self-parody of the materialist reductionist scientist, but that's it. How do true freedom, the search for truth, and the mutual accountability at the heart of interpersonal relations make sense in a world where predetermined causal relations and scientific reduction reigns supreme? And to reiterate the point, this kind of reduction is nothing buttery. You know, our mind is nothing but the brain. You read journalist accounts today, your brain is choosing, your brain is acting. You're not your brain. Your brain is an instrument of your personhood, you know. Or maybe Aristotle said the soul is the form of the body, you know. We're not a disembodied ghoul like Descartes, but we're ensouled persons. More boldly, Scruton rejects nothing buttery in the big things as well as the small. And this leads to his later theological period, the lectures he gave in The Soul of the World or The Face of God. If sex, pictures, and people are not reducible to something other than themselves, why should that be the case when dealing with the world as a whole? The world is no more reducible to the order of nature as physics describes it, to quote Scruton, than Da Vinci's Mona Lisa is reducible to nothing but a smear of pigments. There's a very interesting discussion, the last part of The Soul of the World is about music. And it's, again, how a non-reductive approach to music provides powerful intimations of infinity and transcendence, or what Scruton calls the soul of the world. So philosophy, rightly understood, and religion at its most thoughtful are united in defending the human soul and, more broadly, the subjectivity of the world, the soul of the world. I don't think Roger meant anything pantheistic about that, but again, these intimations. He's Kantian at his starting point, so he sort of sees that these intimations are a glance at eternity, but we see through a glass darkly, to quote somebody. Scruton tellingly adds, and if I said that to my students, they would have no idea who I'm quoting. But they would be familiar with the latest video about Diddy beating up his girlfriend in 2016. Like a crisis of civilization. It was pretty awful. Scruton tellingly adds in a 2014 essay collected in Against the Tide that the human hunger for the sacred on the human hunger for the sacred, that communism, as he experienced it during his numerous clandestine visits behind the Iron Curtain between 1979 and 89, provided the reductio ad absurdum of a human world reduced to a, quote, a crudely scientific worldview that effaced liberty, human dignity, true philosophy, and the sacred as revealed and reflected in Christian religion. I think Roger would have been very sympathetic to somebody like Razard Legutko's argument that, people like Legutko fought communism in the name of truth and beauty and the soul, as well as fundamental human liberties. And then we're told by the most advanced thought in the West after 1989 that Western liberty is about the same thing, repudiating truth, beauty, and goodness in the name of emancipatory understanding of human beings. One final point, and I'll leave it at this. It's interesting that Scruton's book on human nature ends with a reflection on evil. And Scruton's view was that philosophy was not very good at plumbing the depths of evil. Literature was better. The late Martin Malley used to say, if you want to understand totalitarian, don't read the historians and political scientists too much. Read the writers who get to the depth of demonism in the totalitarian enterprise. Well, Scruton liked to quote Goethe, Faust, Mephistopheles' self-definition as the spirit that forever negates. Evil is somehow intimately connected with repudiation, negation, and above all, negation of personhood. So again, as I said at the beginning of my talk, the culture of repudiation, the critique of the culture of repudiation, the critique of scientism, the affirmation of personhood, the tentative recovery of the sacred in a religion horizon, they're all of a piece for Scruton. But it's interesting, the closing paragraphs of On Human Nature, Roger argues that philosophy in the end has to give way to, you might say, art informed by philosophical and religious thinking and impulses. He mentions two books that he thinks make certainly academic philosophy pale into insignificance in that enterprise. And it's Dostoevsky's Brothers Karamazov, and of course he loved Wagner and interpreted Wagner in a very singular way, Wagner's Parsifal. But he says, that's where we turn to think about guilt, sin, evil, repentance, responsibility. Philosophy can touch upon those matters, but in a too formal, abstract, distant, and impersonal way. Thanks very much.
James, please. Yep.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Mahoney. Compliments what I have to say very well, and thank you to the organizers of this conference, especially to Dan, Asia, and Robert Gordon for inviting me. I know how much work these conferences are. I've held a few in my time, including a conference dedicated to Sir Roger's thought in Montreal, attended by Sir Roger himself. At that time, I don't think he was Sir Roger yet. He was about to be knighted. It was one of the greatest privileges of my life, but I know it's a very heavy lift to put on these things. So thank you so much for doing this for his legacy and for all of us. A brief word on what I now call the great man today. We know him as perhaps Sir Roger. I teach at a new college in Savannah, Georgia called Ralston College. Roger was a visitor there before it opened its doors when we were trying to drum up interest and spiritual support of people like Roger. I had a Catholic friend pass through town last year to kick the tires and have a look at what we were up to. Great admirer of Roger's, and he thought that Roger must have made it to heaven. Therefore, he told us that we ought to, if we're looking for support, pray to him as the patron saint of Ralston College. So rather than Sir Roger, I think we're going to have to call him Saint Roger. I'll wait for the official word to get out, but I'm ready to attest to at least one miracle, which is that of our founding, if called upon. But more seriously, if you'll forgive me for referring to the subject of our conference by his Christian name now and again, which I will do spontaneously, but it comes from a kind of a familiarity and friendship that I think I try to capture when I write about him. And also one little academic caveat, I'm afraid I've bitten off more than I can chew in my abstract, although pithy. I thought I'd say a word or two about Wagner, but I won't say much more than that. I think I could perhaps in the proceedings elaborate a little bit on what I promised about the Ring, but let's see if that comes up in the discussion or something like that. I wanted to begin by making a nod towards what Dr. Asia mentioned yesterday, which is that we had not yet called Roger mystic in our discussions of him to that point in the day. I think it's very important to recognize this about him. I think this is an underrated aspect of the way he's thought of and considered. And I think it's a surprising thing, of course, because he's formed in this rigorous tradition of analytic philosophy, a tradition, as he himself recognizes, was founded precisely to demote philosophy from the work of metaphysical and mystical speculation. And his acceptance in principle, and I'm with Dr. Mahoney on this, that I wish he said more about the limits of modern science, because often what you'd hear him saying was making a big concession that modern science in principle can offer an exhaustive account of the natural world, which I think is a very large claim to say the least. But he would become mystical, in my experience, especially when he was talking about the subject of death. And he would often quip in that context that he wondered what the point of philosophy was if it did not allow you to say mystical things. Part of my own work on Roger's thought has been to address this underrated aspect of his life and writings by locating him in a tradition of Platonic thought that prized the mystical life very highly indeed. Roger took a number of self-conscious mystical writers very seriously, including Plotinus, Augustine, Scotus Eriugena, and Simone Weil, and that great mystic Plato himself, to name a few. I think this is one of the reasons contemporary philosophers would unfairly accuse him now and again of sentimentality. They're mistaking something in his thought that would be better described as mystical for sentiment. Although he was certainly a sober and very careful kind of mystic. Even toward the end of his life, as Dr. Mahoney just alluded to, when he wrote on explicitly mystical and religious topics, he would say he was only really feeling his way around the question of religion. And that's a quote. Another underrated aspect of his thought, lost in debates about the nature of his decidedly modern conservatism, reaching back to Burke, as important as these are, was perhaps his grudging preference in the quarrel between ancients and the moderns for antiquity. This in spite of being a card-carrying romantic and quintessentially modern philosopher following closely in the wake of Kant. Consider these words by the great man about his approach to philosophy. He writes, "I've always thought of philosophy in that old Platonic way, as the attempt to find a comprehensive picture of what we are, of where we are, and of how we are." And now these words sat next to those about his own project as a conservative philosopher. "Conservative ideas are intrinsically interesting and a necessary part of our attempt to understand who we are, where we are, and why." The other principal ingredient to his conservatism, alongside his Platonic approach to the practice of philosophy, is of course the Christian religion, without which all Western political projects are doomed, in a sense, to fail, since they cannot address our fallen humanity that can only be sustained by repentance and forgiveness, and the religious traditions we've inherited that give us the tools to recognize this aspect of our human nature. So at the risk of oversimplification, I think Scruton's conservatism stands in a tradition that long predates the French Revolution at the basic level of metaphysical, that is, anti-reductive and anti-naturalistic, and religious commitments. So in a word, I've called this Christian Platonism. The case for this is complex, and I won't rehearse my arguments here, but I think it's something to flag so that we understand how deep this man's mind really goes into our tradition. He's not a post-18th century, post-Kantian thinker only, of course he is that too. That I think makes possible the depth and clarity and beauty of his writings. Scruton's big tent conservatism, however, requires neither that you sign on the dotted line with the ancients, nor endorse any ancient, medieval, or modern religious creed. Still, the scope of the philosophical life was rightly set out by Platonism, and he thought the religious need an inescapable aspect of our humanity, going right to the heart of what it means to be human. So I present these thoughts in the first instance as a kind of tension, which I think, of which I think Scruton himself was very much aware, even if he never quite resolved it and was working towards it at the end of his life. But I don't think it's really very necessary that to his project, that he did so. I think we have enough. But whatever the upshot of this tension, I hope to say a little bit today about the significance and even irony, if you like, of Scruton's affinity for philosophical antiquity and its relevance to his endorsement of the modern project rightly understood. I think this has something to do with his Hegelianism. And I'm going to do this for a moment at least through the lens of his appreciation first for the American experiment, and then through his turn later in his career to philosophical reflections on the uncertain place of religion in the modern world. The Harvard intellectual James Hankins lends the perspective of a scholar with a foothold both in antiquity and modernity. Himself firmly on the side of the ancients, Hankins nevertheless commends reading Scruton's work for many reasons, not least as a great stylist. But he places one reason above all these. Professor Hankins thinks you should read Scruton for his wisdom. The value Roger placed on writing was an important part of his own fashioning, as all of us here know. He called himself, importantly, a philosopher and a writer. Hankins's observation is another way of calling Scruton what philosophers in antiquity called the sage, philosophos. So I think it's important to think of Roger along these lines. For the ancients, the significance of the sage was that he served as an example to the city, especially those aspiring after wisdom, especially the young. In antiquity, scholars like Pierre Hadot have argued there was a belief that the philosophical way of life was at least as much about what was caught as what was taught. Like Socrates, the paradigmatic case, all eyes in the city, especially the philosophically inclined, that is, those who could distinguish between sage and sophist, knew that the sage was an example to be imitated. The catch, of course, is that those who admired the sage also became, or were admired, also became the subject of envy. And one of the reasons Roger could write so perceptively about human psychology, like Plato, Homer, Dante, Shakespeare, and Wagner before him, was that he knew viscerally what it was to be envied and, as he would often say, hated. Enduring the hatred of those who set their minds to your downfall, or at least will it, is part of the inheritance of the sage and an essential part of his wisdom. And as I mentioned already, Scruton set a high store on meditating on death. This is the central work of the philosopher, the Meditatio Mortis, the Melethe Thanatou. And this is the most important part of the sage's work ultimately, and when he is at his most mystical, as Roger was, as they say, when he talked about death. And this is a subject closely related to his thinking about music and the erotic life rightly understood. Excellence and moral confidence are especially hated nowadays, Roger thought. And for this reason, he believed America had so much about which to be proud, as detested as it is by so many cultured despisers, both foreign and domestic. And while he could allow space for criticism of the United States at, say, the level of city planning policies, as we've heard the last couple of days, or for its contribution to the coarsening of the culture, with some caveats, as we heard yesterday, at the level of soft power, mistakes hardly unique to America, if now salient here, in the same breath, he could admit the reason for American soft power and much of the envy directed its way, that can and should be worn as a badge of honor. Like Tocqueville before him, and as a student of Burke and especially of Hegel, Scruton was a great admirer of the American genius for association. The beating heart of the American project was always to be found at the level of civil society, from which its justly and widely admired Constitution and Bill of Rights emerged. The readiness of your average American Joe to help, the neighborly spirit of America at its best, is no accident, Scruton argued. America's genius for cultivating forms of association at the level of civil society belonged to its constitutional inheritance, one ultimately traceable to the English sense of liberty, discovered and exemplified in the tradition of common law. Unlike their French successors, the American rebels were appealing to the authority of their inheritance against the crown, who, as every law-abiding Englishman knows in his heart, and so too the American colonist, stood under the authority of the law, and was therefore, like his subjects, accountable to it. Implicit in the American instinct to be neighborly, the counterpart, say, to the English clubbable fellow, is a feature of the West's inheritance more broadly, a secularity that makes maximal room for civil society to take shape and discover the implicit assumptions at work in it, which the free association of its people makes possible, something which the state protects and may even encourage, but can never generate. Worth mentioning as a uniquely American phenomenon, in which Roger was especially interested and endorsed as a teacher, and relevant to all of us gathered here at this conference, is the practice of homeschooling and especially the liberal arts college. Scruton recognized the irony of the cultural vibrance of America in light of the No Establishment Clause, an amendment to the Constitution that reflects the American genius for association in the secularizing modern world, since religious membership is not a condition of belonging as a citizen. In England, where there is an established church, sending your child to a Church of England state school is a virtual guarantee that he will complete his education as an atheist. My son only started his formation there. We pulled him out in time, I think. The fact that it is possible to be openly religious in America, whereas it is regarded as a kind of embarrassment or mistake in his native Britain, especially among the middle, and read for us, upper middle classes and upper classes, represented an important cultural difference in the Anglosphere. In spite of his deep ties to his native England, the relatively privileged status of religion in America, in American civil society, gave it a distinct leg up on Britain and Europe more generally in the modern secular and pluralist landscape. Now, why did Roger Scruton, who many commentators and even his friends considered an atheist, value religion so highly? We heard a little bit about this in the paper beforehand. I'll say a word or two more about this question, if you'll bear with me. Why should a philosopher principally invested in the high Western cultural inheritance, be it Bach, Raphael, Beethoven, Wagner, Marx, Schubert, or Baudelaire, think the religious spirit of America, and rarely do American figures make this kind of list that you'd find in Scruton, give it an important advantage in late modernity over his own beloved England and the countries on the European continent he loved and fought for so deeply? Towards the end of his career, as we've just heard, Scruton turned his attention to religion as a philosopher after a lifelong fascination with religious belief, doctrine, symbols, and rituals. So perhaps it's enough to say that Scruton saw the use of religion as a palliative for life's sufferings, a comfort to ordinary people, to allay existential angst. Consider this quote. He writes, "Most people are in flight from the difficult realities. Religion helps them to arrest this flight. It turns them around again towards the light, so that they see life as a whole and lift their eyes from the shadows." But is it true, the philosopher and theologian might ask? And this is to approach the question Scruton thought from the wrong end. The most important truth when it comes to religion is that people have had and continue to have this need. It is a fact about how we relate to ourselves and to one another's. So it may be enough to know this: that America has been relatively successful in resisting the general decline of religious belief in the West is worth mentioning again here. Perhaps resisting decline not in spite of, but because it does not have an established church. Scruton does not, in fact, rest with the anthropological account of religion, as we know. His philosophical standpoint itself rates experience above argument, Eliot above Hegel. Kant's fundamental insight was right, he thought, that, left to our own devices, something Kant called the transcendental deduction, to use the technical jargon, we can only be certain that we are self-conscious creatures, but this cannot tell us anything about the reality itself, about how reality itself is constituted. Scruton turns to Hegel to address the limits of Kant, whose hyper-rational subjectivity, ironically, privileged feeling above reason, and more ironic still, cut us off from our religious, philosophical, and cultural inheritance, precisely by limiting reason to make room for faith, the feature of the pietism of the culture in which Kant was immersed. It was Hegel, like Scruton drawing on the ancient Platonic dialectical tradition, who saw that the subjective standpoint needed to be made objective if individual subjectivity is to become a shared experience. And this is some part of the reason he was attracted to a figure like Buber, as we've just heard. Religion once satisfied this need, but religion in the Enlightenment had become discredited, blamed as the cause of war, social division, and for making pseudoscientific claims. The Romantics turned to nature and what we would now call art in an attempt to fill the God-shaped hole opened up by Enlightenment skepticism. Great works of art, Scruton argued, were the equivalent of religious epiphanies, and he placed Homer, Aeschylus, and Shakespeare in this category of artist, whose works look like revelations, demonstrating how close art and religion really are, or at least should be, at their best. No one captured the modern predicament as an artist better than Richard Wagner, and perhaps no artist or philosopher arrested Scruton's attention longer. Scruton confesses that he wrestled with the meaning of the ring for 50 years before writing his book on the tetralogy later in life. And nor should this surprise us. Like Scruton himself, Wagner was both an artist and a philosopher, a unique kind of combination, much like Scruton, a kind of unicorn. Wagner's invention of the Gesamtkunstwerk incorporated the highest form of art in Scruton's judgment. Unlike the philosophers raised up on Goethe, for Nietzsche, Wagner, and Scruton himself, it was music, not poetry, that claimed the prize. Music is uniquely placed to address our emotional needs because it speaks directly to them, even conjures them, if you like, in a way only Shakespeare approaches in verse in The Tempest. This is what Roger actually says. I will end by saying that Roger at no point argued that art should replace religion, but merely that art was uniquely positioned to speak to a perennial human need in the age of the Gotterdämmerung. Art cannot redeem, but it can show that we are redeemable. It cannot do the work of prayer or forgiveness, but it can remind us of the importance of these things. Yesterday, we heard Professor Cullen argue for Scruton's mere conservatism. I think Roger's experience of high art in the mature operas of Wagner was much like that of C.S. Lewis's experience of German idealism. He thought that it was believable, awesome, and even beautiful, but that it did not make any sacrificial claims on us. Art, like philosophical idealism, does not demand anything of us. At the heart of religious life, Scruton thought, is sacrifice, which means that, as religious creatures, we stand in relation to something or someone other than and more important than ourselves. It is not given to us to know more than that, and this is something that art can help to remind us of. Again, like Lewis, Scruton was especially worried about the philosophical tendency, as we've just heard, to explain away the nothing buttery. Mysteries should be just that. They are mysterious and are therefore not to be explained, but contemplated and ultimately repeated, as every wise man knows. Enduring religious rituals mark transitions, especially the ultimate transition into death, to which all the rest refer. The philosophical life is the work of preparation that ends where it started, with prayer. The life of prayer, wrote Roger, rescues us from the fall and prepares us for a death that we can meaningfully see as redemption, since it unites us with the soul of the world. So a brief word to sum up. It was interesting to Roger the sun did not set on the gods, not the God of the Christian religion only, but the God of patriotism too in America, in the way it had done in 19th century France, Germany, and Britain. Perhaps, like Hegel saw, America had a healthier relation to modernity than the old world, that forms of settled life and a vibrant folk culture were still well enough intact to resist the dark forces that were pressing down on Europe in the 20th century, forces that would require American confidence, patriotism, and energy to pull the cradle of Western civilization back from the abyss. Of course, the fly in the ointment here, mentioned by Professor Hocher yesterday, was the bloody war fought over the black mark in the American founding, that of slavery, which Roger recognized, leading contemporary observers like Samuel Johnson to dismiss the hypocritical cries for liberty of the American colonist, whose economy was subsidized by the cheap labor of the slave. Our college in Savannah stands at the end of Sherman's March to the Sea, but mostly our students come from outside the South. Even those from the South are surprised to discover that more Americans died in the Civil War than in the First and Second World Wars combined. I would have liked to hear Roger say more about this, but I suspect he would have emphasized what he had said already, that Americans are at their best when they are good neighbors, and that they are very good, uniquely so, at building and living nearby, and that they feel obligations of neighborly piety that gave birth to Western civilization in classical antiquity, such that American culture is of the robust kind that is able to learn from and therefore recover from its mistakes. Thank you for your attention.
There we are. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining for what's been a very exciting and intellectually enlivening conference so far. I'm going to be changing gears a little bit, though, and ask a question of you to start us off. As we've been talking a lot about canonical works and classical thinkers, classical forms of education. Given all that you know of the university system today, who do you think are the top 5 or 6 most assigned authors in U.S. university syllabi? Anyone want to take a guess? And this exclude like textbooks and grammar manuals and all that sort of thing. Yes, sir.
I could go with Karl Marx.
You are indeed correct. Karl Marx is the winner. The Communist Manifesto is the most assigned philosophical text. Anyone think number 2 or number 3?
Foucault.
Foucault is up there. I think he's about the 4th or 5th place in there. Not quite yet, but certainly on the rise. The others that comes to mind, so Plato's Republic is actually assigned with great regularity. That's Shakespeare. But notice, even at that very short list that we had, the figures that tend to dominate it are very much of the political left, and they relate to quite a bit of Roger Scruton's writings on academia. Scruton had a very complex career in relation to the university system, but he had 2 significant works that directly addressed what he termed the New Left and the rise of the New Left in the universities. And they also pertained to turning points in his own career. The first was a book that came out in 1985, which is his dissection, a withering dissection of the New Left, and the major thinkers that he thought at that moment had dominated the emergence of a ideological line, essentially, in the university system that had divided the left versus the rest, basically put everything on a left to right spectrum, and if you are on the team left, you are okay, you are permissible. Everyone else is persona non grata and should be written out of the university system. And he actually pointed the publication of this book as the turning point in his own career, where he hit a brick wall in his own advancement through the universities of the UK, eventually comes over to the United States. But in 2015, he revises this book and expands upon it into a general commentary to see how it is upheld over the previous several decades now, and to comment on where we are going still. And that's going to be the subject of my discussion today. These are 2 books that kind of bookend parts of Scruton's career, but for me, they are also sources of something that I'm going to offer to this discussion that may be very unconventional for a philosophical-oriented conference, and that is numbers, empiricism. And some of you may be reacting in horror. What's this guy going to do to bring a bunch of numbers in here? Well, I'm actually going to delve into a field referred to as bibliometrics, and this is the study of words and citation patterns over time to discern various trends that play out in the academy, in intellectual life, and in books and publications. And very fortunate that Roger Scruton has given us, you can see even on the cover of the 1985 edition of Thinkers of the New Left, a list of who he thought were the representative thinkers of the New Left. Now, he did discard a few of those that fell out of academic favor in the intervening decades, and greatly expanded when he published a new revised version of this in 2015, appropriately titled Fools, Frauds, and Firebrands. A recurring theme that you see in both of these books, though, is that the intellectual rigor that is brought to bear by the supposed leadership of the New Left is often very, very flimsy. It's often something that can be dissected and knocked down in a very simple scrutinizing process, which he then proceeds to do across several chapters. And yet, that doesn't seem to matter. It doesn't seem to matter in the academy much at all. And I go to an observation that Scruton made in his 1985 book, where he is taking up the subject that seems to be a common unifying theme of all the thinkers of the New Left. And that is indeed the person that we mentioned, the single most assigned author in university syllabi today, Karl Marx. And Scruton essentially asks the question, why is Karl Marx still a thing in 1985? What does he do? Well, he goes and looks at the intellectual history of Marx's emergence, and he makes an observation. He says, dozens of thinkers have had penetrating, devastating analyses of Marx's intellectual system and found fundamental flaws in it. Going all the way back to the late 19th century, as soon as Marx is even noticed in intellectual life, he comes under attack. And under attack for some very good reasons. There are the economic attacks. That's probably the first front of analysis of Marxian economics. Well, it turns out Marx publishes Das Kapital in 1867. Within 4 years, it's rendered obsolete by a turn in the economics profession we refer to as the marginal revolution. In other words, they found that Marx built his entire system of economics and economic exploitation, a theory of surplus value, upon something we refer to as the labor theory of value, that work performed imbues a product or a good with value. Turns out that isn't true. It doesn't work, and it's been known since 1871 when William Stanley Jevons and Karl Menger simultaneously published solutions to the value problem. What does this mean for Marxian economics? Well, by the end of the 19th century, it had essentially reached an intellectual dead end. A dead end so significant that when the Economic Journal, which was at the time the leading economics academic publication in the world out of Cambridge, was asked to review a copy of a new edition of Marx's Das Kapital in 1907, the reviewer, C. Violet Butler, opens her commentary saying, "Who should tilt at such a windmill as this?" In complete dismissive derision. This is a commonplace assessment of Marx's economics by the end of the 19th century, early 20th century. Alfred Marshall, the great English economist, basically dismisses Marx in his 1891 Principles of Economics textbook by saying it is circular reasoning coded over in dense Hegelian language, but of no interest to us. John Maynard Keynes, by no means a person of the right, as I asked his assessment of Marx's economic system and capital in particular, he says it's an obsolete textbook of no interest to the modern world. This is a recurring theme in intellectual life, and Scruton, of course, picks up this theme and notices it in 1985 as he is assessing all the thinkers of the New Left. Well, what do they have in common? They all seem to devolve to a Marxian form of economics as basically an axiom, essentially, that they're starting from. And not only are they starting from that axiom, they are doing so in a rhetorical move, a rhetorical step, which is to sidestep the previous century of critiques, including devastating critiques of the Marxian system. Other problems emerge after the labor theory of value is discredited. It turns out Marxian economics has a mathematical circularity to it, referred to as the transformation problem. This is the notion that labor is both a priced input and output of production. And if you were to centrally plan an economy, you cannot perform a sufficient number of calculations that both use labor as an input and an output at the same time without solving a multitude of impossible equations, essentially. This is discovered by the turn of the century. There are a whole host of other problems that emerge as Marxism is put into practice by the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century. And basically the recurring theme there is every time a Marxist state emerges, death, destruction, economic ruination, and eventually genocide follow. And Scruton's basically asking the question, why are we still dealing with this obsolete, discredited, and actually humanitarian disaster of a thinker a century later? And not only that, he's never scrutinized by the persons that espouse him. They take him as an axiom, as a starting point, which brings us to Scruton's diagnosis in 1985 of the New Left. It says they don't even bother confronting non-Marxist critiques of Marx. The closest that they come to answering them is not anything more persuasive than a sneer. And I would argue that that's still true today. Anyone that's encountered the academic left, and in particular the New Left thinkers. So what does this mean for our analysis of the New Left? Well, Scruton makes a point that he reiterates and expands upon in the 2015 expansion of his book, essentially says that these thinkers are not there in their place of intellectual dominance in the academy on academic merit. They're not there on the merit of their own arguments, their own internal systems. In fact, if you scrutinize them, you find word games, you find sophistry, you find a recurring pattern of intentional evasion, loose concepts that they refuse to define and then assert nonetheless as having been proven by their own self-statement of them. This is the recurring pattern of our argumentation that he sees across the major thinkers of the New Left. And he says that you could dissect these, and he does chapter by chapter, and essentially discredit these major thinkers as essentially fraudsters, people that are engaged in a word game to pursue what he's really pointing out, pursue political power, and political power both internal to the academy and outside of the academy. The notion is not to offer an argument against alternative viewpoints that triumphs on intellectual merits, but to basically create the edifice of academic bullying, of being able to write off and exclude any challenge to the proposition that's being put forth by the thinkers of the New Left. Scruton does have a basic timeline that he sketches out in the 2015 expansion. He notes that classical Marxism was defeated intellectually through a variety of steps in the late 19th and early 20th century, and then again in practice with the humanitarian disasters of the Soviet Union, Maoist China, Pol Pot's Cambodia, you name it, everywhere that Marxism had ever been attempted. And yet he sees a wave of intellectuals that reemerge in the 1960s, more or less, referred to as the New Left, that sidestep the problems in Marx by essentially making Marx's economics an axiomatic premise, a starting point. It's accepted as true and therefore does not even need to be scrutinized, and we proceed from there. The fall of the Soviet Union is seen as an intellectual disruption to this advance of New Left philosophers and thinkers through the academy, in the sense that it does, in fact, discredit Marxian economics in practice. And briefly, there's a moment of hope. There's a moment of hope between 1989 and 1991 that maybe once and for all, market capitalism has triumphed over Marxian central planning. And yet, what does Scruton note? And he's one of the first observers that really diagnoses something that I think, even in the time since his passing, has become even more intense in the academy. And that is, there's been a revival of economic thinking, anti-capitalistic Marxian thinking on the far left, especially tied to the 2008-2009 financial crisis. And what does Scruton do? He says that this event is used through a variety of hand-waving assertions of causality that have almost no basis in empirical reality to assert that capitalism had failed once again, once more reviving and bringing back to life this axiomatic acceptance of Marxian economics as having exposed an undercurrent and fatal flaw internal to the contradiction, an internal contradiction of the system of economic exchange that we have. Scruton actually points out in 2015 that the writers of the New Left and broader academy have since dubbed this the age of neoliberalism, and proceeded to attack this term as though it had been the source of the trouble all along across the 20th century, which is really interesting because if you look at the mid-20th century, from about the end of World War II to about 1990 or so, the term neoliberalism that supposedly is running the world in that era is non-existent, does not appear in books, academic journals, hardly anywhere. In fact, to find the source of it, you have to go back to the 1920s. 1920s Germany, when Neoliberalismus is introduced as a pejorative term for free market economics jointly by the Marxian left and the National Socialist right, most prominently popularized in the 1926 textbook of the German National Socialist Ottmar Spahn, who adds a diagnostic chapter in the history of economics that he calls the neoliberal age, or the Neoliberalismus period. This term is forgotten and discarded until the early 1990s for a very specific reason. That is when Michel Foucault's lectures that he gave at the very end of his life and career at the Academy of France in 1979 are published and translated into English, or begin to be published and translated into English. And what do? They diagnose neoliberalism as the problem of the mid-century. Scruton notices this, points it out, and says basically that they have retrofitted a discarded term back to the previous 60 or 70 years and stated that it is the source of their grievance. Markets once again become a scapegoat, and here we are off to the present. The New Left equilibrium has been reestablished in the academy and repackaged old discredited ideas as new recognitions of the supposed fundamental flaws of market economics. The not-so-new buzzwords that we see, neoliberalism, social justice, liberation from oppressors and phobias of every type and order that he could come up with. And yet, as Scruton noted, we must recognize that the Marxist spectacles are no longer on the left-wing nose. Revolution has been moved into a process of culture and bureaucracy. What was once a process of mass political organizing in the times of Lenin and Stalin has become something of the intellectual life. In making this observation, Scruton actually draws upon a long tradition of critics of left-wing economics. He notes, going back to Friedrich Hayek, who in 1949, in an essay called The Intellectuals and Socialism, basically diagnoses the Marxian system as suffering from an internal contradiction. Economics of the far left and central organized planning always put themselves forth as mass movements of proletarian uprisings and as representations of those mass movements. And yet what does Hayek observe? He says, never and nowhere has socialism ever been established by a mass movement. It's always university-educated intellectuals who are driving the force. The economist Mansur Olson in 1965 expands upon this thesis and notes that there's actually an incoherence to Marxian collective action. And that incoherence is basically the free rider problem undermines any attempt to collectively organize a mass proletarian uprising. In other words, the laboring classes have better things to do than to pick up pickets and seize the means of production, which is a devastating critique of the entire mechanism of the Marxian system. And yet somehow this has been shoved aside and replaced by an axiomatic acceptance that these elite intellectuals of the New Left are representatives of the proletarian class that they have probably never encountered or meaningfully engaged with at any point in their lives or careers. Scruton in 1985 notes, and in 2015 expands upon, notice of a relentless campaign of intimidation waged by the scholars of the New Left against anyone on the non-left. Non-left is never really defined other than anyone that's outside of the realms of the supposedly righteous and revolutionary good of economic upheaval. What this does is it gives cover to vacuous and incoherent presentations of ideas that never face any internal scrutiny on their own due to the echo chamber of academic acceptance and the writing off of any critic. Which brings me to what I'm going to attempt to do, and this is to empiricize the New Left. The empirics of Roger Scruton. That might be a bit of a paradox stated in here, but I think it's actually relevant to assessing some of the observations that he made toward the end of his life and career about the trajectory of the academy that have really come to light even in the last few months, if not the last decade or so. So what do we do on the empirics of Roger Scruton? Well, I'm adapting basically an approach that I've used in some of my own work in studying the emergence of Karl Marx. This main graph that I show you here comes from a paper that I published in 2023 with Michael McCovey, my co-author. It's called The Mainstreaming of Marx. It's in the Journal of Political Economy if you want to read the full version of it. But basically it asks the question that several philosophers before had posed, but never answered with an empirical basis, had put forth more so as a thought experiment. And that is, where did Karl Marx come from, and what would have happened to Karl Marx's reputation had a band of ruffians not seized control of a major world power in 1917 and imposed his system by force, the Soviet Union? Well, found a way to empiricize that, studying citation patterns, statistics, bibliometrics, using the Google Ngram database, which is their representation of all Google scanned books, estimated to be about 20% of all books, I think, that have ever been written are now part of this database, which just gives you a size of the scope of it. It's a massive, massive database. And what engrams are, they are representations of the number of times words, phrases, or names appear as a percentage of all books that were published in that given year. Using a statistical model called synthetic control, we assembled a list of 226 authors that were either predating or contemporary to Karl Marx, and used their citation patterns to form a statistical fit to Karl Marx prior to 1917, the year of the Russian Revolution. As you can see, the empirical fit is represented in the dotted line there. The actual citation pattern of Karl Marx is in the solid line. He's a relatively obscure figure prior to 1917. This had been noted by several of his contemporaries and later commentators all across the political spectrum, everyone from W.B. Du Bois and H.G. Wells on the left to Frederick Cobblestone and his magnificent history of philosophy even poses this same thought experiment to Lauren Lemansky, who noted that perhaps had the Russian Revolution not occurred, had the Bolsheviks not won, Karl Marx would occupy a place similar to some other obscure 19th century political economist. Perhaps Nassau Senior was the example he gave. But what do we know happened in 1917 with the advent of the Bolshevik state and the seizure of power? Lenin went to work propagandizing Marx. And propagandizing he did. You can see the divergence of the fit pattern to the counterfactual. Karl Marx starts to soar in 1917. And in fact, that pattern continues across the 20th century. The red line there is an extension of what the synthetic counterfactual of Marx, basically composed of other obscure 19th century socialists, would have looked like absent the Russian Revolution. Of course, there were intervening events, but you can see highlighted in the arrows there a series of dates that I've pointed out. The first one is the Russian Revolution itself. Marx's citations spike again. The second one, the end of World War II, the descending of the Iron Curtain across Eastern Europe, the fall of China to the communists in 1949, Marx's citations spike again. The third arrow, that's the decline. That's the fall of the Soviet Union. That is the fall of the Berlin Wall, Marx being discredited. And then the fourth arrow, exactly as Roger Scruton observed and pointed out, the post-financial crisis, 2008-2009 period of Marx resurgent, and he's at an all-time high in citation patterns, at least according to the Google Ngram database. So this is an area that I've been working on, and I'm thinking, well, Ngram could be used to analyze other authors besides just Karl Marx. And conveniently, Roger Scruton has given us a very lengthy list. In fact, 27 of them that I gleaned from those two books together, and then supplemented it with a few others that have since come into vogue and that I would argue are representative of the same trends, figures of the New Left. Who are they? Well, we can actually break them up into a variety of categories. The first I'll refer to is the French postmodernists, who are all well known to us, mainly for their incomprehensibility of quite a bit of what they write, but nonetheless, they are also the most cited figures. Foucault, in particular, is, as we mentioned, among that top 5 list of assigned authors. But Scruton is very early on in figuring out that these guys are up to no good, and not only up to no good, but they're doing so on indecipherable, self-referentially incoherent forms of argumentation that basically advance a claim to political power. Parallel to that, we have the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory, and I think this is key to understand in terms of dates. I included the lifespans of the authors that Scruton engaged in an analysis of, because it gives us kind of the spectrum of when we should be studying. But the Frankfurt School is actually a little bit earlier than the emergence of the French postmodernists. It's founded in 1923 at the University of Frankfurt. It succumbs to the academic diaspora of the Nazi era and basically relocates to the United States during that period. And then after the war, several of the leading figures of it go back to Germany. Others remain in the United States. And then there's another generation that emerges. As Jürgen Habermas is the second generation of Frankfurt School critical theory. Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer are probably the crucial founding figures. And Georgy Lukács, who's kind of like the father figure. He's not technically a Frankfurt School theorist. He is the old guard Marxian philosopher that's there at the original seminar and has since been championed and brought into bear. Note the times of their lifespans. They range basically from about the 1880s, 1890s, all the way up to some of them are still alive today in these two categories, these two groups. Although the thrust of the Frankfurt School, they are people that are born around the turn of the 20th century, and they come into their academic careers right in 1923 and that decade or so afterward. This is crucial. And we'll get to the reason why, because I'm going to show you some of the data. There are a few other figures in the New Left that Scruton diagnosed and went after. I include in the Anglosphere, this is a bit of a broader category because it's both philosophers, sociologists, and historians. Eric Hobsbawm being probably the most notable Marxist historian of the last century, but is included in that in particular. They are also theorists that are writing at roughly contemporary periods to the latter end of the Frankfurt School's original generation. And then I add post-colonialists, neo-Marxists, and other as kind of a category, and that's Antonio Gramsci, who in fact we notice is one of the earliest born, earliest to die, but is someone that is revived after his life and seized on as a major figure of transmitting Marxian ideas into cultural institutions, separate and apart from the revolutionary process. Edward Said, post-colonial theorist, Slavoj Zizek, probably the most prominent of the figures that Scruton analyzes that's still alive today and still writing. I would add to that four figures that Roger Scruton did not directly engage in either of these books, but emerged very parallel to them. That is Judith Butler, the feminist critical theorist, who is a successive generation out of what we would call Frankfurt School critical theory. It's Angela Davis, the student of Herbert Marcuse, who is another adaptation of critical theory, often seen as something of a precursor to critical race theory. Frantz Fanon, the post-colonial theorist, who is also very closely associated with the French postmodernists as the popularizers of his work, The Wretched of the Earth, which actually comes out basically posthumously. And Paulo Freire, the critical pedagogist, who writes, starting in the late 1960s up until his death, of applying a similar post-colonial approach to analysis of economic events in the terms and context of education. So with these figures, we can actually start to map out and see their engrams. This is using the English database. I've also studied some of this in French and German because they do write in those languages, but I wanted to just depict to you, and you can see there's a very clear inflection point in which all of the exact same figures start to burst onto the academic scene. Now notice, if you look at the 2 decades or so before the mid-1970s, late 1960s, early mid-1970s period when the French postmodernists start to spike in citations, these are guys that have been writing for 20 or 30 years already, but had basically gone unnoticed in the academy. I think this pattern continues. In fact, it does. There's German Frankfurt School Critical Theory and Associates. The very first arrow that I point out right there, notice, is 1923. They're basically unnoticed until the late 1950s, early 1960s, when there's a sudden spike of Herbert Marcuse. Erich Fromm does come into his own a little bit earlier, but then there's a second cohesive spike, again in the exact same period, late 1960s, early 1970s. The Anglo left, with the exception of Angela Davis, is a little bit of a latecomer to this series. Angela Davis spikes because she's indicted for murder, a murder trial, being an accessory to that. So she gets into the news. But
She delivered the guns.
Yes, she delivered the guns and then fled to Cuba and East Germany afterwards.
There's a lesson there
And
for
you left
academic
out she
seeking.
ran for vice president twice with Gus Hall.
That she did. And she's still alive and still going. She had commentaries.
50,000 a pop at
Yeah.
she speaks at universities.
Yeah, she's a good capitalist acceptor of honoraria. But you see, nonetheless, about a decade or so after that, you start to see another spike of the Anglo left, all again at roughly the same period. And then the post-colonial left, we get back to the original patterns, the late 1960s, early 1970s. They're all emergent in the same time. 2 interesting observations. One, these do not directly coincide with the academic careers of these figures or their lifespans. In fact, it's almost always a lag of about 15 to 20 years after they enter into intellectual life before they really start to take off. A figure like Theodor Adorno in particular really doesn't spike until after he dies in 1969 and is seized upon much like Karl Marx was as an earlier generation, a previously obscure figure who is now the center point of academic discussion. You do see a dip in all of the graphs in the immediate aftermath of the Soviet Union's collapse, and then a resurgence, a rebound after 2008, 2009. There they are all together, so you can again see the same pattern. They're all spiking at almost exactly the same period. And I overlaid Karl Marx's post-1917 data. That's that green line at the top, so you can see by comparison, some of them are starting to catch up to Karl Marx. And in fact, the blue line that gets closest to him, that is Foucault. And in fact, we have an explanation for this, and I'll wrap up on this point. Scruton observed that these are not people that attained their academic prestige and acclaim through the strength of their ideas and arguments. And this is a pattern that goes all the way back to Karl Marx himself. But rather, they are figures that attained their academic position of acclaim and mass citation basically by engaging in bullying, by engaging in shutting down debate from the other side. And what you see here, mapping and overlaid upon this, is all the data that we have on the political landscape of professor self-identification in the academy. And unfortunately, it only goes back to the 1960s or so, although you'd probably extend the line back a little bit further, but there are some interesting trends here. In the late 1960s, when we started to measure this through the Carnegie Foundation's investigation of the faculty, they discovered that a plurality of university faculty identified on the political left, but there were sizable segments outside of the political left. Self-described conservatives, which are in gray, and self-described moderates, which are that orangish color on the chart, blue being those on the political left. And basically, from the time of this first survey until about the 1990s or so, it was a relatively stable ratio on the political left, 40 to 45% of faculty, although conservatives started to decline in the late 1970s, early 1980s in actual numbers, and it's been a continuous decline ever since. They were previously a little under, or maybe hovering around about a third of the academy, but have now declined to less than 12% in the most recent numbers. But a turn occurs in the 2000s that runs up to the present day. And that is a very hard left pronounced turn, which you see in the blue line. They jump from about 40% to essentially 2/3 of the academy as it exists today. How does this relate to Scruton's thesis? Well, again, if we're saying that these ideas are basically the product of bullying, the product of excluding the other side without engaging their arguments and writing them off and axiomatically elevating far-left ideas from economics and other fields, well, having a controlling majority in the academy permits you to do that, because it permits you to only hire people who agree with you, and it permits you to write off the other side. So there we have tangible evidence in real term of that essentially playing out. Again, and I'll close on this final slide of just showing the aggregation of where the New Left as a whole, their citation patterns stand in relation to the blue line there is Karl Marx. So not only have they in aggregate reached the Marxian level in the period of the spike from roughly the late 60s through the 1990s, they have accelerated and taken off to astronomical heights in the last couple of decades, which basically leaves us into the intellectual situation we have today. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much to all three of you. I want to make sure we leave time for a conversation with folks here in the room, but I wonder if I can start with Dan and James with a question that I think might connect this session with the previous one, or help us understand what seems like a stark contrast between this session and the previous one, given that both subjects, art and the philosophic life, were so important to Scruton. Dan, do you think of Roger's way of approaching the place of art as a critique of philosophy, as pointing to a limit in philosophy? I'll tell you why I ask you first. You mentioned his wonderful book on human nature. Mm-hmm. That book came out of a series of lectures at Princeton, and I happened to be present for the last of those, mm-hmm. which he ended with a turn to art in a room of philosophers. And it was not well received. I think that's actually why he ended up emphasizing this in the book, because he really loved how much they hated what he had to say. And what he had to say, in essence, was there's just a limit to the questions you can answer. And when you reach that limit, there is a need to turn to art. And I wonder if this was, if you think of this as the reason for his turn to art in general, or if there's a deeper connection between the philosophic and the artistic for him, and not simply a boundary to philosophy.
Well, I think it's all those things. I mean, the critique of judgment of Kant was very important for him, and it's really the work by which Kant returns to nature. You know, the beauty gives us an entrance into the nature of things that overcomes, you might say, the philosophy's inability to say anything about the substantive of the substance of the true, the good, and the beautiful, other than the categorical character of the moral law. No, I think beauty for him, the interest in art, had a great philosophical significance because it was a powerful vehicle for, you might say, moving beyond the regnant scientism and the human person's ability to discern beauty is, along with, you might say, personal mutual accountability, gives us powerful access to the nature of reality. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, going back to the human nature lectures, yeah, I think it's quite deliberate. I mentioned at the end of my talk, he says philosophy is next to no help in really coming to terms with radical evil. And that's where he recommends, I mean, when he talks about totalitarianism, which he sees as a frontal assault on personhood, he understands 20th century totalitarianism. Here there might be some parallels with Arendt. It's just an effort to negate the human person, to destroy the soul. And academic philosophy really has had next to nothing of interest to say on the crucial, you might say, pathology of political and moral pathology in the 20th century. We read Orwell, we read Miłosz, we read Solzhenitsyn, but philosophy itself has a hard time coming to terms with, my friend Alain Besançon, the great French historian, said, there's an element of the demonic in totalitarianism, an effort to erase the human world, the triumph of the lie, the Mephistopheles, the spirits that forever negates. And yeah, I think, Roger had a limit. Philosophy for him was, to quote again, the seamstress of the Lebenswelt. It could repair the damage, you might say, that ideological and pathological currents of thought had done to common life. But in and of itself, it depends on an openness to reality that intellectual abstraction often leads away from or tries to negate. So, yeah, I mean, it's multifaceted, but I think that was a provocation by Roger in 2013 at Princeton, in the sense he's saying to these academic philosophers, including conservatives like Robbie George, who have too much confidence in analytic philosophy.
Robbie was one of the critics in that room, no question.
Yeah, Robbie George really seems to think that analytic philosophy can, address the contemporary crisis if we just get the understanding of law right and the understanding of liberty right. Mm-hmm. Well, no, it can't. And it's a very narrow form. Roger never repudiated analytic philosophy. In fact, he sometimes ritualistically expressed his debts to it. Mm-hmm. But I think his entire work is, in a way, a movement away from analytic philosophy. All the questions he picks up about the soul, about the life world, about freedom and moral agency, about art, they're all the things that analytic philosophy is silent about. And I agree with James that in the end, we can talk about Kant, we can talk about his right Hegelianism, we can talk about Burke, we can talk about an Aristotelian moment in his thought with the virtues, but in the end it comes back to something like the care of the soul. Academic philosophy doesn't have much to say about the care of the soul.
James, you
I'm not a fan of academic philosophy, if you've noticed.
I've noticed that, yeah. James, you defend Scruton from the charge of sentimentalism in your talk, I think very ably. And yet there is a kind of appeal to home, an appeal to the beautiful, which seems like a defense of at least the kinds of things that the Romantics defended. Well, how is he not a sentimentalist in offering that defense?
I think when that criticism is leveled at him, sometimes it has to do with a kind of overly romanticized sense of these things that skips argument and then appeals directly to a kind of sentimentality. So that he's sort of mistaken, I think, rhetorically at times. If I could just pick up on this other question about why does art become so important for Roger in the modern landscape, and of course it does, is in part I think he laments philosophy's failure to live up to its vocation as it once did in the ancient world, and the Romantic reaction is just that, and I think he thought of history in that way as a series of responses, not only something that could be conducted in a vacuum, but that had to address a certain cultural moment, to use the Hegelian turn of phrase. And so he recognized even genealogically that the analytic tradition that has given birth to the disappointing, and admittedly so, academic philosophy was downstream from Locke's attempt to make philosophy handmade not to theology, as it once was in the Middle Ages, but to the sciences. And therefore, it doesn't really speak to us at a spiritual level. And so it's up to art, alongside the decline of religion, to step in and to fill, as I said, that sort of God-shaped hole, as Roger would say, with such regularity. But I do think he's longing for a kind of philosophy that could be inclusive along the lines of the Gesamtkunstwerk. And one of the reasons he was so interested in Wagner was that he seemed to fuse, even philosophy, I make this case in other places, that part of the Gesamtkunstwerk for Wagner was also philosophy too. It wasn't just art, it was philosophical argument that's working deep in the music even, and being expressed through the music. That can only really ultimately be felt, but does require a certain kind of philosophical worldview to be put across that can be mistaken for a kind of mystical sentimentalism.
Can I just add with, but the sentimentality thing, Roger at the end of the Beauty book says there's such a thing as right feeling. I mean, it's not irrationalism at all. And that's why I brought up Kant's critique of judgment, that reason, he reconnects reason and, you might say, the aesthetic in a way that's, I think, largely alien to Romanticism. And if you read his book, Modern Culture, which is his book on high modernism, in the end, he's rather skeptical of art for art's sake. That project petered out, trying to find a high-minded aesthetic substitute for religion in art. In the end, it was very vulnerable. Most of that, there's a chapter in that book called The Devil's Work. That's Foucault. But no, literally it's Foucault, the denial of everything, really, the pure negation. And he says, the high modernists were not terribly effective in responding to the nihilist assault. He knew that. And there was something empty, spiritually empty. So I think he thought it was a necessary project because he took seriously the possibility that God is dead sociologically. High modernism is a whole lot better than the culture of repudiation, but it's spiritually arid in the end. And that, he'd like somebody like Eliot because modernism met authentic religion.
Yes, he was committed to the education of the emotions, and if you think about someone like Schiller or a hero like Goethe, I mean, they were philosophers too, and it's the aesthetic education of man.
Yeah, in fact, let me pick up on that, James. One of the striking things about Scruton to American conservatives is his taking seriously of continental philosophy, where I think a lot of, frankly, us American conservatives tend to equate Hegel and Kant with some of the people that Philip just charted for us as sort of one big German mistake that just went on for hundreds of years.
Well, the French played a role too.
Yes, and French too. Yes, absolutely. But that was not Roger's view at all. And in fact, in a way, Roger comes at these questions and becomes a conservative from the perspective of a kind of continental philosophy, which though he became critical of it, he never rejected it, and he never lost his appreciation for the extraordinary depth of that philosophy. How did he make that trip from the student of Kant to the kind of 21st century conservative that he was?
It's a great question. And I know it is strange on this side of the water, but I think part of the reason he was so well positioned to offer the critique that he did of the New Left was he did understand instinctively a lot of the well springs of that tradition, and so he could really make a critique from the inside. And if you read some of the reviews of on the left side about his book, they actually appreciate that he did give the devil his due, and I think he's owed some of the due. And of course, big bad Karl Marx was a scary figure, and of course was responsible for so much that was awful in the succeeding centuries. But as a mind and as a student of the tradition, Marx unfortunately is sort of right in it. And if you really want to understand Marx, you have to understand Hegel and so on and so forth. And you want to understand Hegel, you have to understand Plato. So really, it isn't the French's fault. It's ancient Athens that's just to blame.
Well, can I just add, there's a long British tradition of right Hegelianism. All the Brits were right Hegelians.
Yes.
They completely ignored the philosophy of history. The Kojève, Marxified, Hegel, had no interest in that stuff. It's the philosophy of right. It's a very Tocquevillian, Burkean, Hegel, sort of defending the richness of association and loyalty and real political life against the thinness of liberal individualism without rejecting modernity. And Roger, in his conservatism book, says, as for Hegel, the philosophy of history, that's all bunk. He had no interest in that. And I would say, look, Sartre is on that list, but he thought Sartre's politics, his defense of revolutionary terror and totalitarianism were execrable. But Sartre was something of a model for him in terms of a philosopher who wrote well and was interested in human things. So he was able to make distinctions. And of course, I think he thought Marx was much more than a political economist. And all this stuff that Philip very nicely laid out, it's always Marx and Nietzsche. It's the Parisian nonsense machine. You can't make sense of Lacan without Freud, without Nietzsche, without Heidegger, and without the Marxism moment. But it's a big soup. The masters of suspicion, they're all thrown in.
So does seeing things that way also mean that there's an exaggeration of the difference between the ancients and the moderns in a certain kind of American conservatism? It always seemed to me that for Roger, the ancients and the moderns was not the big distinction. And there's a lot of Plato in his Hegel, there's a lot of Greek in his French, and he certainly saw differences, but that was never really what his sense of the history of philosophy was.
Yeah, I think Eric Vogelin has a phrase at the end of The New Science of Politics. What's the enemy? It's modernity without restraint. He wanted to bet that there could be forms of modernity with restraint, but that was tied to a certain openness to classical and Christian wisdom, or at least a refusal to throw it all away in the name of a project of negation and repudiation. Yeah, I think in the Scruton game, of exegesis and interpretation, academics always want to say somebody got their idea, so, from somebody. So Roger's a Kantian, or he's a Hegelian, or he's a Burkean, or he's a Platonist, or those elements are all there, but Roger is Roger. He uses all of these thinkers for his own purposes. And I would just say Kant and Hegel's politics were a lot more modern. Kant was a little giddy at the beginning of the French Revolution, but he got over it. Hegel provided the most profound philosophical critique of the terror ever. And but there's a classical moment in Roger too. There's a place for the virtues of Aristotle's ethics. There's a place for the Platonic care of the soul. There's I think there's a place for philosophy, as not as an academic discipline, but as a noble way of life.
And also as a written tradition too. I think that's one of the things he admired about Plato, was that he was also a great writer.
Let's take questions in the room. We can start back there.
Thanks For this session. My name is Ferenc Hörcher. I think that you all, three of you, made your case. But and that's great to have such a session. And maybe because we all of us agree on certain standards or minimums. But what comes out of that for us? What is the challenge that we have to confront from that? And I would connect this also to the first session or the concert session. And I think that what you all say is that art is important beyond the humanities itself. So it's not only, the problem is not only that in the humanities conservatives are underestimated or underrepresented or just thrown out, but we also see that that happens with the art. We discussed yesterday that among the artists, among the writers, there are no right-wing people, no conservatives, or just very rarely. You can count on one hand of the major ones that are contemporaries. So what's the challenge? How can we address this issue? Is there a way to change that direction? And an aspect of that is we are here in one of the great think tanks of this country, which has its own mission. But is there a mission for think tanks to think about culture and art in general, if they are interested in conservative values? Because we know that instead of academia, conservatives found their places in places like this. But how about artists, and how about critics of art? Is there then a moment for them to come to these places?
Phil?
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, so you need to come talk to our board, I think.
Exactly.
Dan Asia has an extra check for you in the corner.
Well, I think in framing your question, you do make the case of why exactly this type of conference is needed. What I would observe is I think there's an exclusionary hegemonic tendency that the New Left has achieved in the universities. And I think it's very unfortunate we've passed the tipping point. The data all show it, but the cultural trends that we see also show it. And this hegemony is avowedly hostile, not just to conservatives or the rights as they could conceive it. It's avowedly hostile to anything that is not on the New Left, that is not on this echo chamber of fashionable nonsense repeated as an axiom. And what that means is there's a shrinking space for people that are interested in not just traditional academic subjects like history and philosophy, the humanities, literature, but everything from fine art, music, you name it, that has been pushed in a political direction in a previous curator of intellectual knowledge and intellectual lives, which the university system was the time-tested institution for that, no longer is providing a home. This means that there are strong disincentives to even pursue a career in arts, culture, philosophy, if you are not of that perspective. You are not going to get funded. You are not going to get an academic job. You are going to find yourself ostracized by the community of peers that are your fellow professionals simply for not buying into and towing their political line. That means alternative institutions are our main venue to be able to cultivate and promote these things, whether that's the think tank world, whether it's publishing outside of Harvard, Princeton, Yale University Press, where they're going to charge $120 a copy for the book anyway, and no one's going to read it because it'll just go in a library. But actually taking these subject matters to the public. And what came out really in the discussion yesterday, and if you were on some of those panels, the left doesn't monopolize culture, music, art because they have some sort of superior understanding of it. In fact, these are very popular, interesting subject matters. I think it was pointed out that if Bach were on Spotify today, he'd make $3 million a year in royalty sales. There's a mass consumer base in the public that's interested in this, but is not interested in what the universities are offering because it's become so politicized. So I see that as an opportunity for other institutions to step in.
Roger actually gave some thought to this. If you go to YouTube, you can watch some lectures, some longer, some shorter, on the propagandizing of scientism in the humanities and arts. He published an article in the New Atlantis about a dozen years ago on neuroscience and the arts and humanities. And in a clip I was watching where he was talking about that article and other things, he said, he says, everything has neuro. He calls it the neurobabble. But
Right.
You put a neuro before ethics, you put neuro before aesthetics, and there's all these journals. And he says you begin with a certain intellectual, spiritual, ideological deformation. You center a field around that deformation. You establish a journal based on peer review. The only people who can adjudicate a legitimate perspective on the new pseudo-disciplines are the people suffering from the ideological deformations. And he says, as a practicing student of aesthetics, I have to fight back.
Yes.
And I think partly you fight back by, your presentation reminds us people have been fighting back for a long time and they don't always get paid attention to. But J.G. Merkwer, for example, is a fascinating philosopher and sociologist. He was a Brazilian diplomat, sort of a conservative-minded classical liberal, a student of Ernest Gellner. He wrote a book on Foucault, as did Marcel Gauchet, the great French political philosopher, just looking at all of Foucault's empirical claims. Not one of them is true. The prisons, the madhouse, sexuality. If you believe old truth is epical, and in other words, there isn't really truth, and there isn't really human nature, you can create these narratives that serve an emancipatory scholarship and an emancipatory vision. We could talk a little bit more about Foucault's politics. Maoist from 68 to 73. He wrote Pierre Menard wrote a wonderful critique of this famous editorial by Foucault from January or February 79, and he had all these hopes for the Iranian Revolution, bringing, liberation for homosexuals and women's liberation and all this. And, Zizek and Badiou, the neo-communists, they continue to write their tributes to Mao's beautiful discourses from the Cultural Revolution. So, there's a lot of material for satire, there's a lot of material for scholarly critique, but the problem is the entrenched intellectual mafia will not pay attention to you. And that is a real problem. And I think the other thing is we just have to become naive again. And that means, I'll quote Heidegger positively here, we got to get over the point of view of the point of view. When we have these gatherings, I used to go to these academic gatherings, Machiavelli. Well, I'm the sociologist, I'm the historian, I'm the No, let's look at Machiavelli. Let's look at art. Unless we start to free ourselves from narrow specialization, which today, unlike Max Weber's age, also means very fanatical ideologization, You got to get out of that. And the only way you get out of it, I think, in the end, is what Fossil Bender called the parallel polis. We need to start thinking about alternative institutions, alternative accredited agencies, homeschooling at the lower level. It starts in kindergarten. And, as my friend Charles Kessler likes to say, they come into college talking about post-colonialism and intersectionality. So I think we need to realize that we're living in the midst of Scruton saw it all coming. Yeah. He was writing about this stuff in the early 70s. But the revolution is advancing, and a lot of people on our side don't notice. And that's disturbing.
Well, there is much more to talk about, but we've reached our time, so we'll take a 15-minute break, but please help me thank the panel.
who is the principal trumpet player of the Baltimore Symphony and also the head of the Foundation for Classical Music. And Andrew, of course, and I are therefore very close because we're both musicians and are trying to keep this classical music world alive for reasons that Ferenc asked in his last question. So I'm going to leave it to Andrew, who knew Roger quite well, to talk about Roger as the everyman, right? Welcome, Andrew Balio.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be invited by Dan. I'm so grateful to him for putting me up here because there's really nothing I can add to what you already know about Roger Scruton, but my purpose today is to simply tell you some stories about my friendship with him and our work together, because in this case the name of the talk is Roger and the Everyman. In this case, I'm the Everyman. And I'm sure you're all well aware of his extensive work behind the Iron Curtain during communism, helping form the intellectual backbone of the people who wanted freedom from communism, as well as his work with the Building Beautiful Commission in UK. And in all of these instances, we can see Roger's great dedication to just rather than an allegiance to conservatism or something of that, some other philosophical world, it was simply normal people that he cared about. And one thing that I recall about Roger is he didn't even consider himself a philosopher, but he called himself a person who was very lucky to be able to get paid for thinking, which is an incredibly humble thing for such a thinker to say. But the way I view him is a person who brought a great deal of light to the world of people outside of the academy. And I know we've talked about how he had to spend most of his career outside of the academy, yet trying to correct the damage that has been incurred from within universities. So, when a baseball team is all but won, they get the second string off the bench. So they have the ninth inning closer. So that's what I'll be doing here. A wonderful thing about Roger Scruton is he made normal people feel like they weren't losing their minds. And I see the nodding of agreement. And of course, he was very popular as the BBC punching bag that they would trot out, the token conservative that they would bring out, presumably so he could be beat up upon, sort of as the sacrificial act, because BBC is publicly funded, and they knew they had to present the other side, so they bring out Roger, and he didn't take up too much time either, because it took him only maybe 10 seconds to take down these the other people who were double or triple teaming him in the whole thing. And so he got quite popular against their anticipations. It was very, I think everyone loved Roger for something he said in 10 seconds or less on the BBC. And so he had a lot of really unlikely successes in the world of conservative politics. I think, not to be self-referential for too long, I would like to talk about my journey because it'll help explain why Roger and I became such good friends. I'm a working musician. I spent the last 50 years of my life trying to master controlling an instrument. I'm an artisan, not an artist. I'm one who simply plays the music that other people wrote. And I've always felt there was a fundamental dignity to this job, that we're keeping this tradition alive of music that other people wrote, and it's been going on quite beautifully for a very long time. Roger pointed out that it's only because of classical music that what developed was a listening culture where we actually are quiet and actually will listen to music as an aesthetic object. And that wasn't always the case. And I think Roger's writings about that really helped all of us really take notice of that. In my life as a musician, I got my career started out in Mexico, and then I moved on to the Israel Philharmonic, and where I was, traveling all around the world on tours, on trains, planes, and automobiles. And one of the things that really formed me as a sort of armchair thinker was all my observations just in my travels, playing in all these different concert halls with these amazing musicians from around the world. And one of the stock phrases that we musicians had when we'd be traveling and we'd see certain things, we would always repeat this phrase from the movie Full Metal Jacket, where the Marine Corps drill sergeant got up in the face of this boot camp recruit, and he got really close to the face and said, "Your face is so ugly, it could be a modern art masterpiece." And it's such a great line, and we kept repeating that. We would see that ugly, that building's so ugly. We would see these things, the stark contrast going through Europe. You'd see these incredibly beautiful buildings, and then we'd see the concert hall, which would be this, bizarre-shaped object, and say, "Oh, a modern art masterpiece." And it was just so self-evident to us. We didn't need to read books on philosophy or whatnot in order to apprehend that. And I think so many other people easily apprehend the absurdity of what's been foisted upon them. And so I was traveling for, I guess it was about 15 years, playing with all these orchestras around the world. So finally, I returned to the United States as a full-fledged adult, and I got to encounter American life again, as an adult, and I joined the Baltimore Symphony, which was an incredible coup to get such a spot, because these American orchestras are spectacular institutions. They're unlike any other orchestras around the world, and for their robust financial reserves and their American ingenuity and problem solving, and it's really quite an It's certainly, you look at Europe where all the arts are state funded. There's a certain malaise that's set in with many of the cultural institutions, because you have this huge superstructure of top-down management coming from the government. The government-appointed arts minister, and then it just, things just get tougher and tougher. So when I came back to the United States, I had one question, and which was, what in the world is going on here? I could not understand what was going on. It appeared to me as if not only were symphony orchestras in the U.S. willfully trying to destroy themselves, but all the arts institutions were doing. It's like they had it out for the very art that they were stewards of, and this is around the year 2001. So the kinds of things that we readily talk about now, we did not speak openly about it. Critical race theory was not something that had really been articulated beyond the walls of, say, Harvard. I think we knew about critical theory, and certainly the Frankfurt School, but these are very academic terms. So I went on this quest for a decade on my own, just accumulating piles and piles of books, trying to get to the bottom, answer this question for myself, which was, what in the world happened and what is going on here? And that's the way an everyman asks these questions. And early on, I realized there was something missing in this whole ecosystem of the arts, which was some type of institution that was actually standing for the persistence of classical music, that it would continue for generations. All the other major institutions, Mellon Foundation, Ford Foundation, all the big players, something called the League of American Orchestras and Aspen Institute, all their conversation, and certainly we know about NPR as a media outlet, they only spoke in terms of how can we take down classical music? How can we get to a clean slate with this and start over again without ever disclosing what was going to come afterwards. So there was this rhetoric that we're all so familiar with of erasure of the past was something that was just driving me nuts. And so I at least established what was then called the Future Symphony Institute. It was, it got it started as a nonprofit, but it was just like this jalopy I had in my garage that I was working on, constantly tinkering with this thing, trying to figure out what does this thing need to be. And in that big, vast accumulation of books that I was accumulating over these years, I had to do some triage because there's no way I was going to read all these books, and I was reading all these different subjects, and what I understood principally was that first and foremost, classical music as a community of this little platoon of musicians, artisans. We needed a philosophy. We needed some type of practical philosophy, not capital P philosophy, the way we teach philosophy in university, but a very pragmatic kind of philosophy that still was dealing with all the philosophy that was coming at us from Theodor Adorno. And there was this conductor-composer named Pierre Boulez, who I don't think most of you know, but I would say those are the two most important 20th century philosophers to be influential on classical music. Edward Said, who was up there earlier, was also very influential, sort of came on top of those, along with conductor Daniel Barenboim. So there was this weight of these incredibly immense thinkers that is already installed on us classical musicians, because that's either explicitly or implicitly, that's how we were educated in music schools as to what the purpose and future role of classical music would be. So in this, back to my giant pile of books, I had to do some triage, and I had to sort out, okay, what are the good books? What are the ones I really should focus on? And I separated them out in categories, and this one name kept emerging on top of all these different subjects, which is Roger Scruton. This guy was writing all the best books. I mean, it could have been on either philosophy or music, architecture, wine, and all the political stuff. I said, wait a minute, this guy's got it covered. And I had to get in touch with this guy. And I was like, oh my gosh, can I even approach this guy? Can I even get to him? Well, I found his website and wrote to him, and he wrote back to me within a few hours. And he after reading what I had described, saying this is what I'm trying to do this, and of course it was so clumsy. It was not in all the type of I was not coming from his world, but just coming from the world of being a working musician, but saying that we have to do something, and I'm trying to pull people together on this, and I was hoping he would work with me. He said, absolutely. He was coming to Washington in the coming month, and he would be happy to meet with me to hear me out. And so I was so excited. This was my one chance to engage someone of a far greater mind than myself or anyone that I knew of, who could best articulate to the classical music world, first and foremost, what it felt like to be a musician in this world, where swimming in this sea of culture of repudiation. It was that phrase, culture of repudiation, that I latched onto. That was exactly what we were experiencing. Everywhere we went, everything we did had to be standing in this shadow of whatever, this, okay, it's okay for now that we're playing Beethoven and Brahms, Mozart, Mahler, but eventually we're going to get past it. We're going to move on. And we're like, it's like, really? Is there are we going to be able to really, top this? It really has to go away. And we're always being told, yes, it has to go away eventually. This is just a temporary state. And so when one thing I knew about, meeting Roger for the first time, based on my readings, was that there's going to have to be really good wine at at that meeting. So I actually took him to Blue Duck just down the street here, where I knew they had a fantastic wine list, and I let him pick the wine. And I told the waiter, keep the wine coming, keep the wine coming. And it was a very extended wine meal, and I just tried to keep him at the table as long as possible, which meant, because of course he stayed because there was more wine coming. So I even sent him home with a really great bottle. And so it was in that meeting that he had already said he wanted to introduce to me all of his great friends and allies, all these names whom you're all familiar with, and so it was that evening that cemented our friendship and got things going. So he so readily took me under his wing, and warts and all, and I think it became pretty clear that there was a certain symbiosis between us, because to him, he had been writing so much about music, and he had so much to offer the classical music community. Yet because, as was talked about in an earlier talk, because he was outside of the classical music world, they behaved as if he didn't exist, because there was all these gatekeepers that say you can only, we only have certain authorized commenters on music. You can only select from these people only, and generally music critics, usually from the New York Times. It's only the New York Times is allowed to speak authoritatively. There were other critics in other, say in London and whatnot, say the Guardian or whatnot, and then they just pretended someone like Roger, who had this spectacular output that kept tying music. When we talk about relevance of classical music, he kept tying it to all these other seemingly unrelated things. In my two favorite books that he wrote, Soul of the World, and then The Face of God, which he had written just before I had met him, and then The Soul of the World, which he wrote during our time together, just after I met him. Both books culminated in him making his final arguments through musical illustrations. I mean, who else does that? Because in order to describe something, the human face and the ineffable, what better art form than music? And to me, he had so much to offer to the classical music world. So that symbiosis I was speaking of, it became my mission to introduce him to the classical music world and say, this is our guy, not Adorno, not Boulez, but Roger Scruton can explain to us what we're up against, and to help us learn to better articulate our value to the world, because what's coming is a brave new world, or what I call a strange new world of neuro nonsense and AI and virtual reality, and it's going to be a very strange world going forward. Yet classical music is going to have a very profound value going forward. And Roger was so adept at describing that value, because I would say that's one thing we classical musicians are not able to do, because we're not really people of words, as you may be picking up right now. We're people who make music and sounds, and our heart's in the right places. Classical musicians feel these values usually in the right place. But it kind of goes back to that old saying, everyone is conservative about the subjects they know really well. And so we are fundamentally conservative about our art form, but then we've inherited all of these neoliberal ideas that are very much in conflict with our art, with what we're feeling. And so we have this low-grade madness going on all the time in the classical music world, where we're both trying to be proponents of trying to tell everyone how great our music is and you should come to our concerts, but it should all be destroyed because it's backwards and white supremacist and all these things. So we have these two messages going concurrently. So we're basically in the position of being chickens for KFC right now. Yes, I view Roger as as the guy who's going to help get us out of this. So I just want to check my. So as a result of our work together, I don't know if you're aware of one of his last music books, which is called Music as an Art, but that's where you can find his final writings in the long form essay format of the questions that I put to him around why classical music is, even if it's not explicitly sacred music, it's always facing the sacred. It's transcendental. There's always this background of religion that, in a sense, justifies its whole purpose. Its whole purpose is not necessarily to embellish everyday life, but it's meant to get us to think about the transcendental and be able to increase our moral imagination of transcendental things. And also in that book, you'll see others. You'll see his one of his many very successful attempts to describe why tonality, which was the big thing that happened after World War II, tonality came under attack. This idea of melodies and tonality. The Theodor Adorno basically said that the tonality and melodies were exhausted. The old forms were exhausted, and we had to move on to a new music. And we had to go towards 12-tone music or these other approaches. And then you also have Boulez, who was in a sense put into action. Put into hard actions that demand for change in the classical music world. So Pierre Boulez was sort of sat on top of the whole French music establishment he actually had a position with the government, and he was the one who controlled the spigot of funding in the previously very robust music scene in France. And when he died, it was during the years that I knew Roger, he wrote an obituary for him where he correctly placed Boulez in history and described really what he had done, even though we're all taught that we have to kind of be on our knees to worship Pierre Boulez. None of us in the classical music world actually want to listen to his music, and nor would we want to burn down the opera houses the way he kept telling us that we needed to do. So it's in closing, I was very happy to hear that Roger has already been invoked as a patron saint of an institution, and because I have long actually felt that Roger Scruton was the patron philosopher saint of classical music, that he's the philosopher that can really put into words the things that we as musicians feel. We're the everyman. We're the ones in the trenches just trying to continue to make music, and here's a person who's actually describing so beautifully what's so important and so indispensable about this permanent music that's classical music. So thank you very much. And if anybody wants to comment and continue the conversation, I'll leave that to Jim. Okay, very good. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrew. It's time to thank everybody. My team of guys who are here, Robert Gordon, James Harrigan, who are all part of CACI. This has been, as somebody said before, a labor of love. We've been working on this for certainly over a year to put this all together. I was asked by one of my colleagues this morning, so what do you think? Did we do okay? And I said, yeah, I'm really pleased that we were able to bring this off. I thank all of the associates who helped us in terms of funding, in terms of space, being here at AEI, of course, and working with Yuval and his wonderful folks. I, of course, in preparing for this conference, went back and looked at many of the books of Scruton that I'd already read, and then looked at a number of books that I hadn't been able to read yet. Of course, there are so many, it's impossible. We've already talked about his ability to write wonderful things quickly, obviously. But in reading Gentle Regrets, I discovered that Roger and I had actually been tied together for much longer than I had ever known. Roger grew up in a little town outside of London called High Wycombe. Those of you who have read this book or know of him will remember this. And his dad started Roger off on the task of trying to keep community. While his father was on the left, he wanted High Wycombe not to be destroyed by a new highway that was going to go through. So he spent many, many hours going amongst his friends and neighbors in High Wycombe saying, here's what's going to happen unless we argue against it. And he was actually successful. And this has to be, of course, when shortly after Roger was born, probably Roger was 8 or 10. I was fortunate enough to spend 2 years in London, 1986, 1988, on a couple of grants so I could just write music. And we bought a car, a Ford Corona, as I remember, blue. And we had one child who was very difficult, and one child who was newly born. So we were always looking for wonderful things to do. And I don't know how it happened or who told us where we should go, but we went to High Wycombe to see the town. And when I was reminded of High Wycombe by Roger, I remembered this gorgeous little town about an hour outside of London with a wonderful small river running through it with barges on the river, with elegant architecture, where, of course, all of the buildings were in wonderful relationship to each other, and where our rambunctious child actually chilled out just a little bit. And to have been tied to Roger in that way, I have to admit, made me, you'll excuse me, sentimental in this way. And in sympathy with Roger's view towards architecture and towards community. So what a conference does also in some respects is create a community. And I think Roger would have loved to have been here with all of you. And I thank all of you for having participated in this, whether you were a presenter or whether you're an audience member. And it's been a pleasure being with all of you for this time. So I hope we get to do it again. Take care.